Evening, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing after for our invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Riska. Can we please have the roll call?
Mr. Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Here.
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Schmidt?
Present.
Yanis?
Here.
Zierko?
Present.
Thank you, council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. First item on our agenda tonight is a report from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. To all the audience members, I wanted to mention to you that the city clerk's office is looking for qualified election inspectors to assist with the state primary election on August 6th. So for those of you who might be interested in really getting involved in democracy in action, it's kind of fun. The clerk's office is always looking for some workers. I think they really have a good time, actually. They work really hard, but it seems like it's a lot of fun, too. So please see our website or visit the clerk's office if you're interested, especially younger folks in the audience or viewing at home. We could certainly use your help. And I wanted to mention that Thursdays are back at Dodge Park. They start this week. So on June 6th through September, there will be 3 major events going on every Thursday in Dodge Park. Of course, the farmers market that begins at 3 p.m. You've probably all visited it. It's incredibly successful, gets bigger and better every year. Patios and Pints starts at 5 p.m. on Thursdays, again, right over at the Upton House. And then, of course, Music in the Park on Thursdays at Dodge Park, and that starts at 7 p.m. So we'll have thousands of people roaming all over the campus starting this Thursday. I feel bad for the motorists because there is inevitably a large, lengthy backup down Utica Road, but we try to advertise that the best we can, and it's just part of the success story. There's a lot of people getting in here and want to experience all the synergy. Also, I wanted to mention that we have our third Juneteenth event coming up, and rather than me spend any time on this, the person who's really worked hard to coordinate this event with our African American Coalition is our Community Relations Director, Melanie Davis, and she's going to tell you about the exciting activity planned for Juneteenth, which will be a week from Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, and thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to share a little bit about our third annual Juneteenth event coming up on June 13th. We have a slide that we can pull up that shows you a little bit about what we have planned, but our African American Coalition that was formed in 2021, one of the first tasks that they set out to do was to have a Juneteenth event. That's an event that celebrates the end of slavery, and one of the things that they always like to do is have vendors and educational displays and performances. This year we talked about being able to really maximize our impact with this event. So we had contacted Parks and Recreation Director Kyle Langloy about possibly partnering with our Dodge Park Thursdays event. Lucky for us, he agreed that that was a great idea, and so did the coalition. So what we have planned for June 13th is we have lots of Black-owned businesses, vendors that are going to be under the Farmers Market Pavilion. We have some Black-owned food trucks that will also be there on the apron, and then we have almost 25 different vendors, community-based organizations, sororities and fraternities that will be lined along the concert lawn to provide information and giveaways in celebration of Juneteenth. And certainly, last but not least, we have several performances scheduled for the main stage. we have Daryl Beebe and the Camp, who will be performing jazz as our opening act at 5:30. And then at 7 o'clock, we will have a representative from the governor's office, along with mayor and council, to talk about the importance of Juneteenth and why we're celebrating it. We will have a spoken word poet who is going to come in with a custom poem she created about Juneteenth. And then at 7:30, we will cap off the night with Larry Lee and Back in the Day, which is a little bit more of a party band that plays some top 40 and R&B. So we're really excited, more than anything, that we are going to be able to expose a much larger audience of residents and visitors this year to the Juneteenth event and the importance of celebrating this holiday. So thank you.
And Mayor, I also wanted to mention that the Public Library will be hosting a film fest on June 19th, so not the 13th, and documenting and celebrating Black lives. And again, that will be at our Library Programming Center from 12 to 4 p.m., and that's on June 19th. And Mayor, that concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. We have 3 presentations tonight. Our first presentation is a presentation of the 22nd recipient of a Sterling Heights Fire Department Survival Coin and a Civilian Award. We do have a presentation from our our fire chief, Kevin Edmond. Chief Edmond.
Thank you,
I'm
Mayor.
not sure if that's like a downgrade. I know that there's a healthy rivalry between the police officers and firefighters, but.
Dale will probably appreciate the mistake, and then I'll tease him about it later.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Mr. Vanderpool, and Mr. Krzyzewski. I'm here tonight to present the 22nd Survival Coin Award. The Sterling Heights Fire Department instituted the Survival Coin in 2016 as a way to bring survivors of cardiac arrest together with the people that helped them through that situation. And tonight, we're going to present the 22nd award. What I want to do is go through the call a little bit, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the individuals as kind of the call happened, and then kind of give them their little awards. So on the morning of April 24th, Mr. Renee was working on a light fixture from a ladder and was electrocuted and fell to the ground in cardiac arrest. Now, everybody starts the day, you never know what's going to happen to you, and I'm sure Cole never thought in his wildest dreams that this was going to transpire on this day. So there was a lot of guardian angels in the right spot at the right time. So the owner saw what happened, called 911, and shouted if anyone knew CPR. So as they were trying to find someone to do CPR, our dispatchers were trying to give instructions to make sure that we were doing it appropriately. Darla stepped up and provided the CPR. So started doing chest compressions on Cole. Having no pulse and starting doing compressions, Cole started to breathe and have a heartbeat again, but it didn't last. So she resumed chest compressions, and then when the fire department arrived, the fire department took over the CPR, administered 1 defibrillation, and with that defibrillation, the patient's heart started beating and started breathing again. So what happened on that day is a prime example of how this chain of survival works if everything's in place. From the quick action of somebody calling 911 when somebody's in trouble, the quick action of a citizen being there to do CPR, and then the arrival, the dispatchers being there to provide any direction that's necessary, and keep everybody calm in this situation, because it's a very stressful situation for them. And then our arrival of our paramedics, who I'm very proud of. So the first person I'd like to bring up is Cole. I'll let Cole say any words that he wants to. I told him he could say something or say nothing at all.
Well, I will say this is a nice opportunity to actually, thank you very much, meet the people that I didn't get to see that were a part of helping save me in this unfortunate but also fortunate outcome situation. I also would like to give my thanks again to Darla, who sprung into action and did what needed to be to keep me at least going until their arrival. And I thank you for the guidance that you provided on the phone. And I'm just thankful I'm here and, ready to share my story.
Awesome. The next person I'd like to bring up, stay up here, Cole. I want everybody to stay up. Darla, if you want to come up. I want to present to you an Exception Civilian Award.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for doing what you did.
Speech, speech.
So I just want to thank God first for giving me the courage. I promised him I would shout him out because I was in the hospital last week, and I didn't know if I was going to be here, so I had to shout him out. I want to thank God for my beautiful staff at Ground Effects for letting me have the opportunity to take the class. Some people don't think it's necessary at some jobs, you know, but they stepped right in and let us take the classes, so I'm so glad that they did. I work with phenomenal people. I mean, I can't say enough about them. I know it's not about them. I know you guys think this is about me tonight, but it's not. I have a heart condition of SVT. So often through the years, I was in the hospital more than I was in my own bed. And the firefighters would always seem like they would get there first. I lived in Clinton Township. They, they roll with the paramedics like that, and then they would sometimes come, or however, one or the other. But a lot of times they were so nice to me. SVT is a very scary thing. A normal heartbeat is from 90 to 100. Mine have gone to 150 just sitting there watching TV. They called a code. It was at 260, I think, one time. So in times like that, you're very frightened. But I want to thank, I never got a chance to thank the firefighters. They would even come in sometimes and tell the people, take care of her, she's one of us. Or they would talk me through it to get my mind off the SVT. And I felt like I never would remember their names or their, or what department or whatever, but I never got the opportunity. So I feel like this is my opportunity to thank them. God works in mysterious ways. When you were talking about the circle of life, that's how it does. You put out good and it comes back to you. So, this man, I already told him he's got a lot to do. He has a mission, and we talked about that. So he already knows we won't take up time with that. But I know I want to tell the firefighters and you all, we appreciate what you do. To be able to run into some fires takes an exceptional person, so people all by itself. But I don't think that you guys are told enough. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And a word came to me was sensitive. And a lot of times throughout my life, I've been told, you're missensitive. You're too sensitive. Well, wasn't it a great thing that I was sensitive that day? I was sensitive to the needs of Cole. I could have said, yeah, I know CPR, but they called the paramedics that day. I'm busy doing my job. But I was sensitive. And a lot of times in today's world, we get so desensitized with everything. We see murder on all the time, and chaos and catastrophes all the time. So I want to tell you, don't be so important. It is nice to be important in our nice positions and things, but it is nicer. It's nice to be important, but it is more important to be nice. So I just want to say that and thank the firefighters to do not become desensitized. We appreciate you, everything that you're doing here on the city council. And I heard you all mention about June 19th. Shout out to that. So we just thank you guys for having us. I won't keep you, I won't preach a sermon here, but I'm so honored to be here. Thank you all.
I knew you had something to say.
All right, Emily and Lindsay, if you'll come up.
Yeah.
So Lindsay was the call taker, and they take the call and they pass it on to the dispatcher, who was Emily, and they're the ones that kind of get the trucks rolling and tell us what's going on. So I'd like to give you both accommodation awards. I'm sure I got the names right. And thank you very much. And then for the 3 firefighters that are here, can I bring you up? Let's see, who's over there? Kirsten, come on up first. Just gonna do it by order this way. So Kirsten was one of the paramedics. You were actually on the ambulance that day, correct? So she was one of the paramedics that actually helped you and took care of you and did all the drugs. So thank you and congratulations. And Mark, you were on the ambulance too, right? Oh, Alex was? All right, Alex. Good, you guys sat in the right spots. Alex was. Alex was also on the ambulance that day and provided care and everything to you. And thank you, Alex, for what you did. And Mark, you've been here before. Thank you, keep up the good work. Mark's been here in front of us before getting awards, so he's one of my top people in the department. So I appreciate all the work that he does, the guidance that he helps with Alex and Kristen, and they all work as a team. So I'm very proud of everybody here, and thank you for what you did that day. Yeah, Tracy Davis, yes. Yeah, she kept the contact, yes. And that concludes the awards.
All right, thank you very much, Chief. Incredible stuff here. Council, is there anybody who has any comments or questions for anybody? Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I always have comments at the Life of Coins because I'm a nurse. And my staff just had to do CPR on one of our priests that passed away. It's traumatizing when this happens to you in retrospect, because usually it's a team effort and you just do your job and you get going at it. Most often when we do CPR on someone and you think you're going to do CPR, it's on an older person. It's very rarely on a young person. So I commend you all for what you did, but especially Cole, you never thought you were ever going to have CPR on you. It was like, what the heck is that ever about? But yes, if you're doing electrical work, your heart can stop if you hit the wrong wire. So I do commend all of you. Darla, wonderful work. The dispatchers, we've seen you both before, so I do appreciate you guys being here. Firefighters, excellent work as always. It is a team. It takes the village. It's a circle of life. These phrases that we say, but it is truly that it takes all of you to save a life. And that life, as Darla said, you got some work to do apparently, because God doesn't let you stay unless there's something for you to do. So there's going to be something, and we appreciate you all so much for this. And thank you and congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Sarowski, Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First of all, Ms. Darla, you should be an inspiration speaker. You couldn't have said it any better. As someone who teaches CPR at the high school level, BLS, this is just another reason why it's so important that everyone in our community learns CPR, because you just never know. You never know when that's going to happen, and it could be someone young, it could be someone old, it doesn't matter. And something is better than nothing at all. And the courage that it takes to get involved and to do that, I commend you. Our trained staff, we always have the top. So, I expect nothing less than what you did, and thank you. Our dispatchers, you're number one on the chain. So you get the ball rolling when sometimes people don't know what to do. So thank you so much, and God bless you. You got a second chance. And I just encourage everyone in our community to get out there and get certified in CPR. It's not anything to be afraid of, and it doesn't take a long time, couple hours. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mr. Radke.
It's so hard to follow my colleagues, but I'm so happy you're here with us.
Yeah.
And I'm so impressed by the good work of the Macomb County Sheriff's Department dispatchers. Are you his neighbor? How were you involved?
I work there at Brown Effects. I am the
Oh.
office administrator.
Oh, okay. Well, that's tremendous. And our top-notch fire department. I mean, every time we come in here, we are just blessed that we have these first responders on duty to keep our community safe. And I think the community realizes that. That's why they support you so highly. So I'm proud to have one of the finest fire departments in the state. I appreciate all your hard work. I know he appreciates your hard work. And, you've been given a second lease on life, and we appreciate that. So I'm glad you're here with us. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? Mrs. Koski?
Yes, thank you. Congratulations, Cole. So happy to see you here. And thank you to all that brought him here today. I'm very, very proud of our fire department. Our paramedics are number one, and I didn't know what we would do without you. And thank you. You're doing a fantastic job. And yes, CPR, and I do need a refresher course. Yes, I do. And of course, the dispatch, you ladies, I don't know how you do it. I really don't. Because you stay so calm and you take a situation and you give direction, and you're number one, first ones to tell us what to do. And of course, our gal that does her CPR. Oh, you are wonderful. And you are right. You do a good thing and it comes back. And Cole, follow what she said. So happy to see you. Thank you.
Mr. Yanis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to know, Cole, are you going to take a CPR class? Yeah. Awesome.
I have previously been certified.
Very good.
I was a patient care technician.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. So you know the effort that goes into that. I can't say anything more than what my colleagues have just said, other than I got one correction. Our fire department is the best, not one of the best, is the best in the state. And I am biased, I am prejudiced, but I know that to be a fact. This, once again, shows the importance of the training that you all do. The importance of stepping up and taking as a bystander, taking this class and taking it seriously, and the training that the dispatchers and the firefighters do, and they take that training very seriously, because it all has to fall into place. And it all becomes sort of matter of fact, right? You're just doing what you've been trained to do because you took that training seriously. And this body, this city, and other cities like them have invested in you and that training. And I couldn't be more proud of all of you standing up there right now as a retired firefighter who's had to do the same things that you just did. And this is a very proud moment for me. It's a proud moment for our city. And this is something that you're going to remember when you're old and retired like me. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First off, before I address each of you, I'm really excited that we're, again, supporting these people with the survivor coin, that we're bringing it back, because it really is important, not just to the survivor, but for the community to see what happens when an incident like this takes place. So Cole, you've got a lot of work ahead of you. So we know that. I think Darla could probably go into community service of some kind and maybe tend to, she can be an elected official really fast. So that works, but for all of you that did the job, there's dispatchers, paramedics, you all had a place, and you all did your jobs, and that's why Cole's here today. So thank you, all of you, for what you do, because we do appreciate it.
All right, thank you, council. There's not much more I can add to that. What I'll say is that it's been about 10 years, but I've been on a ride-along with our fire department, and there was an incident that was very traumatic, and it was a cardiac arrest, and it's incredible to see the professionalism of our fire department. I think that, maybe a lot of people know about what the fire department does, and maybe some folks just think, hey, they're out there fighting fires, and we don't have a whole lot of fires. We have car accidents, we have cardiac arrests, we have medical conditions that happen every single day. And if you go into any one of our firehouses, you'll see that screen is lit up, and our trucks are out, and our men and women are out in every corner of the city, assisting people day in and day out, all day, every day. And it's a great reminder to have these sort of ceremonies to recognize what they did for you, Cole. The 22nd since we've initiated this, I don't know. I mean, it's sometimes like might sound kind of strange, okay? And I don't want to make it about me, but a lot of times when you're on the city council or you're the mayor, people will be like, well, what are you going to do next? Where are you going to go next? You're going to go to the State House, you're going to go to the Congress, you're going to go. And I'm like, I know something? This job is where you literally see people's lives being saved. What is more important than the work of our police department and fire department? What is more important than somebody's home? What is more important than somebody's neighborhood and their family and their schools that they go to and the community that they live in? To me, this is the top job. There is nothing better than local government. There is nothing better than working for your city and being able to provide the kind of service that the dispatchers gave to you, that the firefighters gave to you, that the police officers who were there on the scene were able to give to you, and all of them working in concert with one another, professionals at every step of the way, all dedicated to providing the best service they can. They could be doing anything with their lives, literally anything. They don't need to be running into burning buildings. They don't need to be rushing to car accidents. They don't need to have the stress of having somebody's life literally hanging in the balance, but they do it, and they do it well, and we all deserve, they all deserve a huge thank you. Cole, it's incredible to see you here. The speech that you gave was very inspiring, incredible. What a great ceremony this was. To everyone who played a part in this. Let's show them our appreciation one more time.
Gotta get a picture for the record.
They ought to.
Absolutely.
Out of flowers. Good job, guys.
All right, good job, Chief.
Good job.
They do the work.
That's all you need to do.
Okay, give Cole's mom a
All
chance
right.
to hug them all. Yeah.
It's a tough act to follow, AT&T, but it's okay. All right, we have another presentation tonight, and this is to acknowledge and accept donations to the 2024 Sterling Fest Art and Music Fair by AT&T and Christian Financial Credit Union in the cumulative amount of $29,000. And for this, we have a presentation from our Community Relations Director, Melanie Davis. Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, we are gearing up for the 2024 Sterling Fest event on July 25th through 27th. And we are very fortunate that we bring 150,000 plus people to the city campus for this 3-day festival every year. But we couldn't bring in the major headline acts that we bring in. We couldn't have the midway. We couldn't do anything that we do without the very generous support of our corporate sponsors. And tonight I have a couple of them with us here. We have Christian Financial Credit Union. We have Katie Godlewski and Megan White from Christian Financial. They have sponsored $18,000 this year toward our new drone show that we're going to see for the first time ever. And we have Lori Doty from AT&T who donated $11,000 this year for our main stage acts. So they've been tremendous corporate sponsors. I think both of them have probably sponsored this event for 5 to 10 years in a row. So they've been tremendous corporate sponsors. And I'd like to invite them up here to say a few words. And then also, once the official acceptance has been made, if we could have council come down and take a photo. We have some oversized checks. Come on up, Lori and Katie and Megan.
Thank you, Melanie. Good evening. Good to see all of you.
It's great to see you, Lori.
Yeah, it's good to
been
be
too
here.
long.
You know, Sterling Heights has a special place in my heart. I lived here for 50 years. So I always knew it was very important to support the city and do whatever I could do. And I'm very grateful that my company, AT&T, gives me the opportunity to do that in a financial way through Sterling Fest. You know, we say at AT&T, connecting changes everything. And yes, we mean our network, but we also mean the community. So what better way to connect the community than with Sterling Fest? So thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First, I want to say thank you all for inviting us out here today to speak with you and to present this check. We've been longtime sponsors and partners with Sterling Heights, and we've brought our headquarters here. We're very excited to be a part of the community, and we are excited to be a part of this new and innovative show that we're going to be seeing this year. So we're very excited and happy to be a part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, before we go down and join them for a picture, any comments, questions? Anybody have anything?
Mr. Mayor, very briefly.
Mr. Radke.
I just want to thank you. I'm sure my colleagues are the same way. Thank you so much for all you do for our city. We couldn't put on Sterling Fest without your support. It means a lot to the community because it's the 3 best days of the year. And Lori knows. I know I've seen her there, so.
Yeah.
But thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? I just want to say, look, fireworks are an important part of a lot of communities and their celebrations, right? And so I'll be honest, I was a little skeptical at first, like, well, wait a second, fireworks they're pretty hard to top. But the litmus test I have is my 3 kids, and each one of them are like, I'm so excited for the drone show. So they are pumped up for it. They can't wait to see the drone show. I can't wait to see it either. So we're super, super excited for that. And honestly, Sterling Fest brings a lot of great things together. Our art fair, the kids' tents, the rides. But I think, especially over the past 7 or 8 years, the acts that we've been able to bring to the main stage and the atmosphere Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night is really, to me, the heart and soul of Sterling Fest. And so to AT&T sponsoring our main stage again, thank you. We appreciate it. Council, we do have a suggested action. Is there anyone that wants to make that motion? And then we'll vote on that and go down and meet them.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Zarko.
Resolve to acknowledge and accept donations of $11,000 by AT&T and $18,000 by Christian Financial Credit Union for the 2024 Sterling Fest Art and Music Fair.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I think you've summed it up, and I didn't know much about drone shows until they did the ones for the Lions downtown, and they're amazing. They're amazing. So I'm looking forward to it, and look at all that, we won't have waste. You know?
Right.
Nothing to, yeah, there won't be anything to clean up. So I think it's exciting and it's a step in the right direction. So thank you.
All right. Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Council, join me down there.
Have the heater on?
Yes. Only 90.
You can't see him that way.
Over under. I'm going to take the under 11:30.
Take the over.
Deal.
Closer to
I think this will help immensely. Let's go down the list.
I think they've done that in the past.
Okay.
But I gave them a heads up on Sterling Fest 3 months ago so that they
Okay.
could do that.
All right.
So,
I'll let them know.
sometimes the other thing they do is turn up the actual tower that we have
Yeah.
to make it more robust. So I'll circle back with them, but they know about it.
Okay.
You have another picture.
Oh, one more picture. Sorry.
She's like worried. She's like, oh my God.
Are we done?
Big check. How many more in the big checkbook?
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So much. You guys always.
We'll see you guys on Tuesday.
Thank you. Thank you.
We always kind of took credit. Yeah, I know what you mean.
All right. And we do have a third presentation tonight. And this is to adopt a resolution honoring Mr. Michael Sekich, Director of Instrumental Music at Adlai Stevenson High School, upon his retirement after 34 years as an outstanding music educator. And again, we have a presentation from our Community Relations Director, Melanie Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be very brief right now because I have somebody here that can introduce Mr. Sekich much better than I can. He's very familiar with him, but we do want to say congratulations to Mr. Sekich on he's become almost an icon in our community. 34 years as Director of Departmental Music at Stevenson High School. But to introduce him tonight, I'd like to welcome to the podium Stevenson High School Principal, Mr. Kenneth Cookie.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be here tonight. I'm kind of glad there's a buffer between us and the fire department. That was pretty moving. So thank you, Melanie, for putting someone in the middle. I don't have a check, but I have a great presentation of an outstanding person. So I'm kind of going off-lib, but sorry about that.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of City Council, and City Manager Vanderpool. As stated, I am Ken Cookie, proud principal of Stevenson High School, and I'm honored to be here this evening to introduce Mr. Michael Sekich. Mike grew up in Sterling Heights and is a proud member of this community. He raises kids in our community, and they are Titan alumni. Mike will retire this year after 34 years of service. Mr. Sekich is held in respect and admiration as an educator by his students and colleagues. He treats and cherishes all the students as if they were his own family. He ensures that every student under his guidance feels valued in the success of Stevenson's band program. This evidence is displayed by the number of students he has in his program, along by the number of alumni students who come back to show support. Students eagerly enroll in his program, and alumni return to share talents and give back. Everyone in his life knows they matter, and they have a purpose. Mike's legacy is not confined to concerts or the classroom. His legacy is etched into the hearts of those who now have a love for music. His professionalism, positive energy, and passion will be missed by students and our colleagues. His influence extends beyond the classroom by showing what an impact one can have when students are put first. Mike stands as a representation of what an outstanding educator should aspire to be. Mike was honored this year, his last year of teaching, as the UCS High School Teacher of the Year, and then recognized as the Macomb County High School Teacher of the Year. Quite a way to go out for his last year, his 34th year of service. He deserves every bit of this recognition. I thank you for honoring him this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you have the floor. So you have the floor. As much time as you need.
Thank you so much for this, and Mr. Cookie and my friends that are here this evening for this. It's very humbling. I'm extremely proud of every moment that I've spent in education in 34 years and being at Stevenson High School, and I have so many talented colleagues that are deserving of things just like this. But I just would like to say I'm very pleased to be here. And thank you for thinking of me this way, and it's something that I hope to remember and share this with students in the future, because I don't want to be done teaching yet, just off to something different. But thank you so much for being here and for thinking of that.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Council, we have a suggested action.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Resolve to adopt the resolution honoring Mr. Michael Sekich, Director of Instrumental Music at Adeline E. Stevenson High School, upon his retirement after 34 years as an outstanding music educator.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mrs. Schmidt?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. As a very long-time band parent, not through your program, through Sterling Heights High School's program, I know just how hard band directors work and how tight that group is. The students and the teacher, the band director, and all the staff that works with the band director through camps and everything else. I commend you. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of hours. It's a lot of hours out of school time. And I think on behalf of every student and parent, I thank you for your dedication of 34 years. Congratulations. Enjoy yourself.
Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
briefly, I met you on the way in the door, so I appreciate all the hard work you've done. I just want to say, 34 years of public service is a long time, and we appreciate that work. But we so seldom get to thank our employees. They get their retirement, they have a little party, and they go off to their careers. I'm going to use you as an example for all of the hardworking public servants, your colleagues at the school, the people we have working here in the city. We appreciate their hard work, because the school wouldn't function without people like you. Our city wouldn't function without people like you, and you are making a difference every day. And, teaching is a hard profession these days. And just to be able to thank you for all the work you've done, I really do appreciate that, because, it's not the most you won't get rich in public service, but you'll get rich in the sense that you've touched so many people's lives. So we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Sarowski?
Mayor Taylor, thank you. I wasn't going to say anything, but you said something that I just have to comment on, Mr. Sukic. You said, I might be retiring from this, but I'm not retiring from teaching. And that's something that resonates with me as a nurse. We never go out. We never really retire. We just die in the saddle kind of a thing. So I really commend you on that it's something you never stop doing. You will always be teaching because you're a teacher and it's your vocation. And I applaud you for that. I commend you for that. I'm very happy to see that. I'm a musician, a singer as well, so that's my passion, even though this is what I do and nursing is what I do. So it's something that, as a musician yourself, as I'm sure you are, I know you are, I'm interested to see what else you'll do, and it's going to be, I know it'll be something fun, but good luck, and thank you for everything you've done. Welcome.
Mrs. Koski?
Thank you. I have to say, you make us very proud because Stevenson High School is right next door. So you're kind of special in that we are proud of you. All the things that you have done with that band and made it a super band that we're really proud and thank you for it. My two grandsons graduated from Stevenson. My cousin's two granddaughters graduated from Stevenson, and they've been very, very proud of the school. So the band, I guess, is part of what makes a high school. My granddaughter went to Mott, played in the band, and I attended many concerts, and I know how hard you work. Also because I was in the marching band. I won't tell you how long ago. I know having a good leader, director is very, very important because I learned an awful lot and I sure learned how to march down those dirt roads. So congratulations for everything that you've done. We really appreciate you and enjoy your retirement. Good.
Mr. Yanez?
Yeah. You get to hear all the politicians talk, so. You know, it's interesting. I'll occasionally run into somebody that I haven't seen in a long time since I retired, and they'll want to know what I've been doing. And I list off all the things. I'm probably busier now than I was when I was actually working, and they go, wow, you really suck at retirement. You know what? It's okay to suck at retirement, you know, and it's so, I'm so amazed at how many people plan all their career for retirement, and then they plan for the retirement, but they don't have a plan for after retirement. And I got an idea that you have a plan for after retirement. But what I really want to say is, as everyone here was talking, I was thinking about my high school career, which was just after Mrs. Koski's. We went to the same high school, different buildings. Different eras, the same high school. But I still remember to this day the teachers that touched me, that made me the person that made me the adult that I became. They don't know that, but I know that. And you can lay your head down your pillow every night knowing, even if you don't know specific people, that you made a difference in people's lives. And really, that's what a career is all about. So congratulations on your retirement. I hope you don't suck at it, but I hope you live a very fulfilled life after retirement from the high school. So congratulations, sir.
Mrs. Zarko?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First of all, congratulations on 34 years. I mean, that's amazing. But also, with Stevenson High School, I find just from friends that I have, not only do they support the school while their students are there, but it's after they leave because of the people that they become connected with. I know somebody that does actually the announcing for all the football games, Mr. Ancona. So yes, so he's been, I think he's 25 years that he's been doing it, and now he's doing it. His grandsons were there playing football, and he's still doing it. But I really want to know is, do you have a band that you're going to play with? I mean, do you have friends, and you're going to get a pickup band after this?
Everything's possible.
Well, I know, because we have a festival, we have music in the park, we could use people with your talents. So if that's what you plan in the future, we'd love to have you back. But congratulations, enjoy your retirement, and you'll be busier in retirement than you are right now, I'm gonna tell you that, because you never want to say no, you just keep doing what anybody asks you to do. So good luck and enjoy.
Well, these guys at this end of the table make me sort of rethink retirement, because I got to say, I'm pretty jealous of you. You get to do whatever you want now after having served 34 years as a band director. And look, here's what I also want to say. I'm not sure that there is literally anything more important to us as people and more important to us, to our culture, than music. I'm not sure there is. I mean, music is something that connects every single person in this world. It is something unifying. It's something that can be beautiful. It can help you when you're sad. It can help you when you're happy. It can evoke memories from your childhood or from just something interesting that you saw. I mean, sometimes I'll hear a song and I'll hear a song in the car and I'll remember where I heard it first, To me, there's nothing more important to our culture and to us as people than something like music. And you had the honor to teach it for 34 years to young people, impressionable people. You got to have an impact on them in a way that a math teacher, a science teacher, history teacher rarely probably can do. And for that, I think you're well deserving of this honor for 34 years of service. Thank you for what you've done for our community. It's hard to probably measure the impact that you've had on people's lives over that time. And a few years ago, I went to I think it was like a 50th anniversary of the Sterling Heights Band, and to just see how many people, like there were people late into their 50s and 60s who were there to come back to celebrate the band program at Sterling Heights High School. You're going to leave that sort of legacy at Stevenson, and there are probably people getting close to retiring themselves that were students of yours. So congratulations on an incredible career, a life well lived, and a lot more life left to live for you. So Mr. Sekich, congratulations. And council, with no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Resolution has been accepted. Could we get council to
sure.
come down and take a photo, please? Thank you.
Played the saxophone like I did.
Yeah.
Jazz, symphony, concert, marching, yes. Mr. Juno.
I don't know if you guys,
Congratulations.
Come on. Okay.
Okay.
Put you in the center. All right.
He does have 3 days left, though, just so everybody knows.
Yes, so you're done.
Not done yet.
Yeah, show up tomorrow.
That's right.
Purchased, used alto. A year or two ago, yeah.
Congrats again.
Thank you so much.
It's exciting that you live in Sterling.
And what if he doesn't show up? What are you gonna do?
I don't know. I did my whole,
But anyway,
Congratulations. Yeah, a lot of fun, yeah. He came early. He was early, for his own party.
Wife loves my play, so. It is, it really is.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you to our fire chief for those presentations tonight. 3 very important and excellent recognitions tonight. With that, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a public hearing, and this is to consider the application by ARH Land Holdings LLC for a multifamily residential planned unit development known as Icon Park on approximately 5.6 acres of land situated on the west side of Mound Road, north of 14 Mile Road. We have a presentation from our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell. Or I guess I should announce, well, can't anymore. So we have a presentation from our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell. Dr. Parcell.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool and Mr. Koszybski. We have in front of you this evening, Planned Unit Development 24-0001.
Thank you.
Icon Park, no problem. This is a new planned unit development, although it is one that you are all familiar with from 2022. The applicant who is here this evening has a very thoughtful presentation with some wonderful videos and images, so I'm going to stick strictly to zoning and let them talk a little bit more about the project. But they're wishing to develop a 190-unit multifamily apartment complex. The development is 5 four-story multifamily buildings. It's located at the corner of Mound and 14 Mile across 7 parcels. Zoning is C3 General Business District and P1, the Parking District, also located in the Mound Road Innovation Support. It's currently vacant, very sparsely treed parcel. It has previously received approval from City Council for a planned unit development in 2022. Recommended approval from the Planning Commission April 10th of this year. Vote was 6-1. 2 members were absent at that public hearing. You'll see here's the aerial. This is the parcels, 7 of them in total in question. Relatively non-conforming in their size as they're exceeding our 4-to-1 lot to depth width ratio. The applicant would be combining them for the overall project. Here you'll see a breakdown of the parcels in the zoning map. It is C3 around the corner there and the very much antiquated P1 parking district. You'll notice that there are some homes in this area that are single-family residences. They are non-conforming in terms of their zoning. The rest here is commercial parcels. On Foss right here is a church, and then this is vacant wooded land. The corner is currently vacant. It is a former bank. It is zoned O1 office. Master Land Use Plan designates this as Innovation Support District. As you'll see later in the presentation, we do believe this is a land use that matches the overall intent of the industrial corridor on Mound Road, providing support housing. This district allows for uses and development and redevelopment of a property that is transformative, flexible, and supportive of the business we have here in the city of Sterling Heights. One rationale for that is providing workforce housing for the people who work up and down the corridor. So some brief site history. Initially, this came to the Planning Commission and City Council in 2022. It was approved by City Council by a vote of 5-2. The applicant has come back with a couple of different changes, mostly proposing that there will be increased landscape buffering, really changing the recreational space, as we'll get into with the plan, increasing on-site detention to meet the updated stormwater management standards, and connecting the development to our Dodge Park Trail system and the Iron Bell Trail through pedestrian connections that are aiming to spread citywide. City Council approved this by a vote of 5-2, and then Planning Commission reviewed the updated proposal April of this year and approved it, or recommended approval by a vote of 6-1. So here's the original concept plan that was reviewed 2 years ago. 140 units. These were 3-story buildings, 20 units in the front, and then 30 units in the other 4. There was a reflection pond on site here labeled detention basin. This was a subject of a lot of discussion at both the Planning Commission and the City Council level. You'll find that has been removed in the updated plan before you this evening. There are residential amenities on site on the first floor on the easternmost building right here, and in the center of the development right there, plaza and landscaping with a play set. There's also a very innovative, as you'll see in some of the visuals that the applicant has, landscaped islands that go through the middle here, titled Icon Boulevard, that provide amenity for the residents to go out and sit. This development is characterized and really especially unique from its micro units. These are studio units, this first iteration approximately 300 square feet in size, intended purely for workforce housing. This supports the reduction of parking on site. There was discussion from Planning Commission and Council regarding the size of those units. And in the updated plan, they have drastically increased by 25% to over 400 square feet, providing additional space for people with on-site storage in the common hallways. So here's a colored rendering of what the plan is before you this evening. It's now up to 4 stories, 190 units, generally the same footprint. We have worked with the fire department to ensure adequate aerial access with the new additional height, making sure all drive aisles are 26 feet wide. Also want to give a special thanks to our Assistant Fire Chief, Alan, for helping us sort through some of the comments from Planning Commission. There's a lot of discussion on balconies. In regard to the balconies on a development like this, in terms of the Office of Planning recommendation, we do not support them, given the difficulty that Fire has said they would have if there were balconies in the interior. Fire has reviewed this plan and is much more comfortable without balconies on the development, and we're supportive of that. Additional amenities have changed to allow here, instead of the reflection basin, a dog park, a playscape, and a pickleball court. First floor amenities will be located in the easternmost building here: leasing office, rentable party space, secured mail room / package area, a lounge, and a game room, and then sample units for people to work out of in the leasing office. Again, this has landscape boulevards and it has micro units available intended for workforce housing. So here's some of the visuals of the site features. This really is, if you're looking at it south, so 14 Mile up here, provided the extra space out in the courtyards here for people to come out, gather and congregate in between their buildings and the landscaped islands, and then also with the amenities centrally located on site. There are a list of modifications here, mostly due to the unique nature of the layout of the site. The ones that are green, I tried to make it so you could see it, but it was a little different, are ones that are unchanged from the first iteration. And then the ones that are white, as I'll go through, are the ones that are updated. So density under RM2 standards has obviously increased to approximately 35 to 36 units per acre. This is an increase from the original 26.8 that was approved. In a positive modification, the unit size has increased. We allow a dwelling space of 600 feet per one-bedroom units. These are micro units. There is no delineation of a bedroom. It has increased from 308 square feet to 415 square feet. The recreational space has increased on site. There are more activated amenities in place of the retention pond that is proposed there. Also, what the Office of Planning would like to believe is significantly a safer option to have in the center of the development. And they're also including more walkways on site to connect, or to help fuel pedestrian connection on site, which is helping provide amenity as well. The setback from residential uses has been modified to be slightly reduced by 2 feet. That is to allow aerial access for fire trucks 360 degrees around site, something the fire department has reviewed and is comfortable with. Most of this one focuses on building distance, parking distance, and building height. Those are unchanged. The general footprint of the development from where the structures are is remaining unchanged. However, the building height is increasing 10 feet to accommodate for the 4th story. This would permit a building height of 45 feet and 10 inches. And finally, with the increased density, the parking modification has been changed. You see here 1.51 spaces per unit. Largely, the Office of Planning is very supportive of this because of the workforce housing units. These are not intended to have 3 to 4 vehicles parked there. It's intended for people who work along the corridor, who will take public transit to work, who will utilize the ride sharing that the applicant has provided a special space for, and who will most likely have one vehicle. The applicant has increased the number of parking lot trees and increased the overall landscaping on site. We will be left here with a development that significantly increases the amount of trees on site by upwards of 75, considering it's a very sparsely vegetated parcel right now. And then finally, there will be parking in the front yard setback, but that's on 14 Mile. It will be screened by a landscaped berm of annuals, shrubs, and trees. So before I open for questions, I have just a few big picture considerations we've been working through the applicant with. Mostly regarding the housing types, the Office of Planning is supportive of an applicant coming forward with an idea to provide something like the micro units for workforce housing. We are happy to see the increased size of the micro units by 25% from the first approval, but we are happy that there is a new diversified housing type being proposed to us here. For the first time in all 50 metropolitan areas throughout the United States, including the Detroit Metropolitan Statistical Area, it is more expensive to purchase a home than it is to rent a home. For workforce employees that are working along Mound Road in our industrial corridor, this is significant because it provides them entry into the city of Sterling Heights. We believe that this provides an option for people who work in the city to find residence. Mound Road and 14 Mile, additionally, in regard to the reduced parking on site, is serviced by a smart bus route, 760. This takes it over to Van Dyke and up the industrial corridor. So we do believe that utilization of public traffic and working with SMART will help, and also given the increased capacity recently of the Innovate Mound project, will help and reduce the impact on traffic volume thanks to this development. And as the applicant will discuss, they have designated ride sharing on space by the clubhouse for people who come in to be dropped off and use ride sharing to get to work. Additionally, we believe that this building is not out of character with what you see in our industrial corridor. Across the street, there is a stone crushing plant with piles over 4 stories in height. There is large industrial warehouses. We do believe that with the additional green space and buffering being provided here, this does provide additional transition zone from heavy industrial uses into the R60 neighborhoods that are on the other side of Mound Road. Then finally, this picture is very, very difficult to make out, but largely that's my intent. We worked with the city's GIS department in creating a map of apartments that are directly along Mound Road. So through the Innovate Mound project, it was estimated that there's 47,000 jobs directly on the Mound Road corridor through Macomb County. This supports, in total, the corridor 71,100 jobs, one of the largest industrial corridors in the state, one of the most important job creators in Macomb County and for the city of Sterling Heights. Generates $8.7 billion annually in wages and benefits paid to these employees. And the Office of Planning, along with city administration, believes that it's imperative to help find people who work in the city a place to reside in the city as well. So we believe that the creation of workforce housing will create opportunities to move in near one of our highest concentration of employers, vital for sustaining the corridor through the city of Sterling Heights, reflecting the large investment we just made to widen the road and increase capacity. We have found, is shown to us by our GIS department, not including condominiums, which you'll find here and partially here at Northview, and then right here. Traditional multifamily is severely lacking along Mound Road. There are 2 developments. One is located on the north end of Mound and Burroughs. There are 16 apartment units there. And then there are 200 units for rent at the Northview Park Apartments. Largely not counting assisted living or homes for purchase, condominiums for purchase. These 216 units are representative of only 1.8% of the city's occupied rental units, according to the U.S. Census. And for a corridor that important for our workforce, we do believe there's a significant need, particularly in the southern end of the city, to bring housing options. With that, I am open for questions. As I said, the applicant has a presentation with some more visuals and some videos, so I will defer to him when appropriate, but I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Parcell. Would the applicant like to make a presentation now, or do you want to wait until after public comment? Okay, come on up.
Thank you, Mayor, Manager, and City Attorney, and the City Council. My name is Randy Najjar.
Thank you very much for allowing us to present in front of you 2 years later after our 2022 presentation, and we want to thank everyone for their time tonight.
As Dr. Parcell mentioned, this is we have upgraded our units count by adding a 4-story and now have 190 units on our parcel here on 14 Mound, designed for the innovative living.
So with the highlights that we have on this particular project, we're proposing an additional 50 units, bringing our unit count from 140 to 190 units. 4-story buildings instead of 3-story buildings, adding a very important component to the accessibility of all the stories, which is an elevator that's located in each one of the buildings to access some of the higher floors, specifically floor number 4. In addition to that, we've increased our parking count to 288 spaces. Trying to keep up with the trends and what's happening in the community, we added a pickleball court that's accessible to the residents that are in the community as well. And we added also a package receiving center, so packages are received by the leasing office, where the packaging center will be located, and residents will have access to that packaging area that would be locked and secured at all times. In addition to that, we've added some storage units that would be available per building, especially that storage may be a limitation with the size of the units that we are proposing. Having additional storage on site would be highly beneficial to our residents.
So when we came here 2 years ago, and from between then and now, we've done a lot of studies on market and market conditions. One of the reasons we added additional units was try to keep up with the pace of housing affordability in the space, creating economies of scale. We were able to create a better rental price point and increase affordable housing needs, additional housing in the area that is much needed. Again, the elevators we felt was essential, especially if there was ever an emergency or something of need. As we heard today in an earlier presentation, that would be something that could save a lot of time and potentially save lives. We did hear some feedback from you guys last time that the micro units might have been a little bit too small, so we did increase the sizes to over 400 square feet as well. As Amr mentioned, the storage was an important aspect that we didn't have or were lacking last time that we added for our tenants. And then just a larger economic impact that we're able to offer here at 14 Mound and in Sterling Heights, more people in the neighborhood to support the local businesses.
The next slide is a video, so heads up SHTV if it's loud. If I could find this.
So just a few highlights about the site layout. As proposed or as presented by Dr. Parcell, the development will be located at 14 and Mile as well as Mound Corridor, part of the innovation support of Mound. Neighborly screening would be natural landscaping and 6-foot decorative fencing, specifically across the single-family residences that are to the north. A total of 5 buildings with 190 units. Parking would be 288 spaces, and spacing currently between the building is 22 feet with 30 feet that is required per the ordinance. Parking to building would be about 25 feet required, and we're providing 7 feet.
We don't feel that traffic impact is of concern at all in this scenario. Again, we did hear from Dr. Parcell that the Mound recent renovation allowed for additional traffic, and even prior to that, we were only having impacts of less than 2% if every single resident and every single parking spot was to leave at the exact same time, which, as we know, would probably be improbable. So we just wanted to point that out and highlight that the many lanes on 14 Mile and the southbound traffic that you'd be leaving off of the Mound entrance, which we do have the 2 different entrances and exits, would have little to minimal impact to the traffic in the area.
So this is how Icon Park will be laid out relative to some of our neighbors that are around us. We have currently to the south a vacant previous Citizens Bank that is located closer to the corner of 14 Mile and Mound. On the north side, there is a multi-tenant shopping center with a dry cleaners that's neighboring us from the north, in addition to a few non-conforming houses that are on the north side of Icon Park. And to the west, we currently have a vacant parcel that is forested with a decent amount of trees on site.
We do feel we're improving the aesthetic of one of the main entries into Sterling Heights, you know, coming in off of Mound Road, which, as you know, it has the 696 exit. So coming north into the city, this corner here is something that can create a great impact, especially visually. And we feel our new development, even with the 4 stories in the area, will provide a nice aesthetic, especially compared to what we've been seeing here for dozens of years, where it's been just a vacant land that's not wooded, oftentimes look neglected or sparse, to say the least. So this is the current view from 14 Mile and from Mound Road, and we do feel that we're providing some really special and unique, new, modern look to one of the entries into the city.
Instead of the vacant parcel that we saw off of the Mound Road, this would be our view from the Mound side with our main building, Building 1, facing Mound, and also includes all of our amenities that would be on site, specifically our indoor amenities that would be available for our residents to use.
This is our newest floor plan. There's really mainly just 3 different types of living spaces. We have the micro units or the studios, which are just over 400 square feet. Again, not a defined bedroom space, but a kind of combo living bedroom space. This would be great for people that aren't in town quite often or are single and are maybe just dropping things off and going to work, or coming in from the different cities supporting a lot of the automotive workers. Instead of renting a hotel or trying to find a place for short-term rent, having a place like this where they can drop off their luggage and have a kind of their own space with a full kitchen and great amenities in the space would be great. And then we have the 1-bedroom and the 2-bedroom units as well, which are ranging between 500 and 800 square feet.
Just to mention, if we can go back to that slide really quick, if we look at the proposed rates that we are proposing, we made sure that we cross-reference those rates with Macomb County's AMI chart as to what is currently the rental rates for a studio, a 1-bedroom, and a 2-bedroom. And we currently fall within about 80% AMI of what Macomb County is advertising on their pricing chart. And that is for the purpose of maintaining attainability and affordability to the residents.
Our indoor amenities, again, on Building 1 that faces Mound, we do have a fitness room that the residents can utilize, a game room, a lounge area that people can hang out with and congregate. We do have 2 units that we'll be utilizing for showcase or display model units, if you will, of a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom version. We do have an additional party room. We understand that, you know, with the smaller units, if somebody did want to host a birthday party or any kind of celebration, we have that opportunity for them to bring, you know, a couple dozen people and celebrate into that space. The package center, as was mentioned earlier. And then we also have an office center that people who are working from home, if they do want to feel like they're getting out of their apartment and utilize the office space, where there might be printing opportunities, computers, things of the sort, or even host a little meeting with colleagues, et cetera, in our office space.
So going over our outdoor amenities, we had some pushback from Planning Commission and from City Council on the iteration from 2022, specifically to our detention pond, or so-called reflection pond at the time. There was some concerns about liability because of the depth of the pond. So we decided to eliminate the pond altogether, adding a pickleball court and a dog park instead, plus some additional parking availability for our residents. Our recreational space right now totals about 28,500 square feet, which includes community gardens, which what you see between the buildings. It's a great area for residents to congregate, great area to meet. Gets them also out of their apartments into the outdoors. And this would be big benefit, specifically since the buildings do not have any balconies. If anyone wants to enjoy some outdoor amenities, that would be just a walk outside of their building to go into the Icon Boulevard. Playground with Playscape will also be available for the families with younger kids. Pickleball court, as mentioned, with a walking path with interconnectivity throughout the entire community. And a covered ride share area where Lyft, Uber, or SmartFlex will be able to pick up and drop off residents to commute from and to work. Electric vehicle charging stations will also be our site. We are planning on outfitting the community with 10 to 12 charging stations.
Just to reiterate a little bit of what Dr. Parcell mentioned and the fire department, we have had a lot of feedback that balconies are thought to be fairly important. I mentioned at our previous meeting that I lived in Aberdeen, north side of Sterling Heights here, and we did have, there were two-story condos where we did have balconies. I do understand why balconies would be desired, but as a resident of those units, I also noticed that oftentimes they were used for storage. People would put pool toys out there quite often, would use them as almost laundry lines where they would hang their clothes to dry them off. And I personally had a barbecue grill out there, even though we weren't supposed to have barbecue grills out there, and that is a hazard that the fire department did mention, and there were many other barbecue grills, whether they were gas or charcoal. People utilize them for smoking balconies and such, even though we are a non-smoking community. So that could pose another fire hazard. Obviously, structural concerns over the years. We decided, in lieu of balconies, to have a lot of these public amenities, especially Icon Boulevard, which provides for benches and seating and communal type spaces. One of the things that we wanted to really emphasize in our development is the communal effort. We have 190 units. We're expecting a couple hundred different residents here, and being able to bring them together and really create a nice community and host community events on the lawn and in our party rooms and things of this sort. Having those communal type spaces will really emphasize bringing people together, getting to know your neighbors. When you see them out of the complex, maybe at the coffee shop or the bank, being able to say hello and how you doing, and good seeing you. Are you going to be at movie night coming up, or things like that? So just really trying to integrate our public by, instead of leaving them necessarily within their units, getting them into our public spaces and our amenities within the park.
We would like to also get a consideration on a pilot program for this particular development. The pilot program that we've been talking about with the city to see if there would be any ground for consideration would be a 7% annual pilot, in addition to a $75,000 lump sum in a municipal service agreement. The pilot term that we would like to propose is a 15-year pilot with another 15-year extension. 100% of the units will be set aside at 80% AMI, as we discussed, and the duration of the attainable housing would be coterminous with the length of the pilot. This is some of the data that we've received back from the city's office as to what potentially the taxable value for this particular project would be. And taxable value would probably set somewhere around $9 million. And then if we take a look at the millage rates that we have in the city of Sterling Heights and the allocation to how much of that would be generated in taxes to the city of Sterling Heights, that number is what we see on the bottom side to the left, which is $121,531. On the right side is the combination of the municipal service agreement that we are proposing, in addition to the 7% pilot program, which yields approximately an extra $5,000 to the city in terms of taxes received by this particular project. And most importantly, is the maintaining the attainability of this particular development and to be able to provide housing across the Mound Road. With that being said, we are open for questions, and thank you so much for allowing us to present.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Batal, Mr. Najer, we appreciate that. You guys can have a seat for a minute, so I'm going to open up the public hearing. We'll hear from the audience, and then during our deliberations, if there are any questions, we can call you back up, okay? But well done, we appreciate the thorough explanation and step-by-step analysis of the project. Thank you. All right, at this time, I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item?
Okay, are they gonna have basements in there? And then plus two, are they going to be for handicapped people? Veterans could use it, because they're small units. And what does the units cost? For the two-bedroom, what it costs, single bedroom? That's it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hi, Jim Bauer, Wilsett Court. I sent you an email today, sorry about that it was like 8 pages long. But I just had some concerns, mostly it's probably on the city's part, more than the petitioner's part. There's a lot of inaccuracies on the Office of Planning's report. Most of the numbers that they were using were still based on the 3-story units as far as the amount of recreation area required. It still said 70,000, where it should be more like 95,000, based on 190 units. Let's see. Also, the distance between the buildings, okay? It still said it was supposed to be 70 feet, where it should be 80-plus feet now, based on 4 stories, okay? Because it goes on the face of the buildings that overlap. Also, their floor plans, they mark it as, or on the site plan, it marks it as 22 feet 8 inches between buildings. That is true at the first floor on the ends, but when you go to the second floor, they overhang, which brings them closer to about 20 feet. And then where the micro units are, it's actually about 18 feet. Now, the building ordinance says, the zoning ordinance says that it should be 30 feet minimum, in no instance shall be less than 30 feet, which is basically from there to there of your ceiling. And they're proposing something that goes from there to about this face of your soffit here, is 18 feet. Okay, to me, I'm a private person. I live in a house, I got 30-foot setback, I've got 60-foot right-of-way and another 30-foot setback before I look at my neighbor's windows. Kind of reminds me of the old peep shows in the 20s and stuff, you know, because of the proximity of the windows. Since their buildings are mirrored, their windows are directly aligned with each other. For me, I would have my blind shut all the time, okay? That's a personal thing. The other thing is that when in RM2, when you go to more than 2 stories to 3 stories, it requires a 150-foot setback, you know, to any residentially zoned property. And I understand you have the power to reduce that, okay? And under the regulatory flexibility, it states that if you're going to approve a modification, that it needs, provided that it increases the quality of the development or makes it better for the public benefit. Now, my question to you is, in order to approve that, how do you measure that? Subjectively, like I want to paint this color blue because I like blue, or objectively, where I'm going to paint this room green because green is a calming color. Studies show that. I've got data that I can back it up. So really, you should be providing data for your decisions on when you make modifications. Otherwise, it's subjective. Okay? You have my stuff. You have a chance to read it. I've got all my documentation in there for you. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bauer. Mr. Nelson?
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel, Sterling Heights. I just want to say that I concur with Mr. Bauer. Mr. Bauer had done a lot of work on almost all of these PPUDs that you guys go through. I noticed that the changes that are made, especially when we have a previous PUD, sometimes we're not as accurate on our paperwork as we should be going into the new PUD. There's several issues that Mr. Bauer brought up. I support him on that. Also, all I remember is from the last PPUD for this site was approved. Is that correct by the city council? I'd like to know what the process was to remove that PPUD, to get another one started. People need to know what's going on. Also, I remember specifically that I thought when it was approved last time, Mr. Radke made mention of he would much rather have 4 stories, and voila, here we go, 4 stories. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anybody else under the public hearing? Yes, sir.
Evan Sudemeyer, Coke Avenue. I just want to say I want to express my support for the project. I think I had the opportunity to attend a housing meeting for different housing types a few weeks ago in this chamber. And I think this project is innovative and unique and does a lot with the surrounding area. I live near the surrounding area. I think there's a lot that could be added with this project, and I hope council recognizes that and adopts it. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you very much. Anyone else under the public hearing? Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ray Gabarra. I own Stober Plaza. It's a 2-parcel shopping center that pretty much is going to be in front of this development. I want to just express to everyone that I'm in full support of this development because these 2 guys are top-notch developers. They're well-known in our community, and they don't develop anything that's, undervalue, or they're just going to bring value to Sterling Heights. They're going to bring value to the community. So I'm in full support of this development. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Anyone else under the public hearing? If not, I'll close the public hearing, and council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolved to approve the application by ARH Land Holdings LLC for a multifamily residential planned unit development known as Icon Park on approximately 5.6 acres of land situated on west side of Mound Road, north of 14 Mile, PPUD 24-0001, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in the planned unit development agreement, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mrs. Sarowski?
Oh, yes, I have many questions. So thank you very much, Mayor Taylor. And I'd like to start, if I could, through the chair to the petitioner, if you don't mind coming up, both you and Randy, Mr. Amar, because I have a long list, and they do start with you. And I might have also Dr. Parcells through the petitioner, or I'm sorry, through the chair to give me some answers as well. So the big question and that is on my mind is, why did you not build when this was initially approved? So if you could please answer that.
I think you're going to have comments from both sides, but I'll start with my comments.
Okay, thank you.
The project just could not pencil in for us with the rising interest rate environment, as well as construction costs that we've seen from 2 years ago to today. So we had 2 ways to go about that. Either increase the rent significantly, where it becomes no longer attainable and affordable to what's happening in the area, or use economies of scale and go vertical by adding slightly more density to be able to continue staying affordable and attainable for the residents.
Okay, so you, as it was proposed with the 3 stories, it just wasn't possible, basically. And that's fine. Truth is, will set you free. Okay, very good. And so with that, the initial proposal, the 3 stories, and you're just going to have to refresh my mind. It did not have the elevator, correct? And as a mother who has moved in 4 boys, in and out of college, in and out of apartments, 3 stories is a monster to try to carry things anyway. So an elevator, I would I would have preferred in a three-story apartment. So I do appreciate the elevator. I think as someone who, as one of our residents mentioned, speaking, is also important for anyone who has disabilities. It's prohibitive. Anyone with a disability could only live in the first floor. They may not like the first floor. And so this gives them the opportunity to choose and gives them a fair shot at wherever they would like to live. So the packaging center, for those of us, as I've mentioned many times, receive a few packages daily, or many. Is that packaging center manned? How is that going to be handled?
We will be having a leasing manager in the same building, but the actual package center will not be manned. We will be having secured lockers, Amazon lockers, and others. There will be a passcode to that specific room that every resident will have. There will be security cameras within the space as well that will be monitored. So we have talked to a few different developers that have done large multifamily scale projects like this, and delivering packages in front of everybody's apartment door doesn't seem to be a proper solution to this. So the package center, with some of these things that we've just discussed, has proven to be the best solution, with lockable storage that people can access and keep their goods secured and have relatively simple and easy access as it's on a first story within our main amenity building.
So walk me through how that would go. The mail person, Amazon person, whatever person is delivering a package, it comes into that locked area. Does it go into their own specific locker? How does that sit? How does that remain secure so that the residents don't accidentally get the wrong package or take somebody else's package?
So no, not every resident has their own designated locker. Typically with an Amazon locker or something of the sort, the delivery person will put it into a particular locker. They have digital codes on them that can be changed or are changed every time. And then the person whose package that is receives that code via an app or an email, and they go to that particular locker, enter that particular code, and their item will be in there. Okay. Nobody else would have access to that code.
Okay, so that does make it fairly secure. I would be happy with that if that was my item. So, okay, that sounds very good. Next item, the dog park. Is it natural grass or is it an artificial grass?
At the moment, we are planning a canine turf.
Okay.
So there are turfs out there designed specifically for canine proceeds, if we will.
Yeah, okay, so they can use it, but it's not an actual natural grass. And so then it would drain you guys, so then with that, how are you cleaning it?
Typically in these scenarios, similar to like Aberdeen where I lived, it was supposed to be where people cleaned up after their own dogs and pets and such. I don't think we've gone into the actual details of if we're going to have to hire a third party to come and clean that on a weekly basis of sorts, but the intent is that there would be stations where people could grab dog bags and whatnot and clean up after their own pets.
I would just highly recommend that. Dogs carry their own diseases. You don't want that happening between your doggies. Okay. So with that, so your outdoor, your gathering spaces between your apartments, the 22 feet. So in the summertime, they're looks like a nice gathering space. There's furniture, there's plants. But in the wintertime, is that also going to be used? How is that going to, is it going to be used, and how is it going to be used?
I would say it would be weather permitted, really. I mean, if it's 15 degrees outside, it'll be really tough to sit outside. But when we're talking 40, 50 degrees, maybe 35 degrees, I can see potentially somebody sitting out there for a few minutes just to kind of get out from their apartments and get some fresh air. And in addition to Icon Boulevard, if the weather is too cold outside, we do have the clubhouse where they could access as well.
Okay, so you're not going to have the portable heaters, those little dome heaters outside?
At the moment, there's no plan for heaters. We did talk about the material of the pavement, utilizing a gravel or a brick pavers of sort, and we did land on sticking with traditional concrete for the ease of plowing the snow in that space so that it could be accessed and utilized during winter months as well.
because don't forget, Michigan only has about 6 months of good weather, and then 6 months of not ideal weather, and so, but there are a lot of people like myself who do still enjoy to be outside, even in the winter, so that's, just remember that Michiganders are a hardy bunch. Okay, all right. Then for security, there have been apartments down in the south end of our town that have had issues with security, so that is still going to be a need for yourselves as well. What is your plans for security?
So we have a pretty robust technology package and a proposal that we forwarded over to the city's office as what we're going to be doing with security. The buildings will be all locked. A digital code will be assigned to each resident, so we know not only that the doors are opening and closing, but we would know who's walking in and who's walking out from the buildings. In addition to surveillance, we're going to have surveillance on the inside of the buildings, as well as surveillance to the common areas and the parking lot. Our technology package is going to be really nice. We're technology folks, and we like to drive technology forward.
Okay, very good. And are you going to have an on-site 24-hour manager?
So the leasing office will be manned during business hours, but our plan is to have a maintenance person on site that lives in the residences to be able to provide access as well as support 24 hours.
Right.
That is our plan.
There might be an emergency, something comes up. Okay. And that actually ends my questions. I've grilled you enough, so thank you through the chair. Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Mr. Yanez, think you supported anything?
I don't really have any questions. I did not support the last iteration of this design. I had a number of issues with it. I thank the petitioners for listening to what council and the planning commission had to say about some of the changes that you made. I also appreciate the fact that you got the fire department involved to make sure that, especially with it being a 4-story building, that there is access for our aerial vehicle in case there is a fire at one of the upper floors, the 3rd or 4th floor. I do take Mr. Bauer's point very seriously, but having said that, I, let the market, bear, right? If somebody wants to live there, they're going to live there, even if you got to close your blinds. The market will tell you if these are going to be successful or not, right? So I know they're not going to be for everybody, but they're going to be for a lot of people. That corner of the city really needs a shot in the arm. It really does. And I think this could be it. Like I said, I didn't support it last time, but I think the changes are enough that I'm going to support it this time. And I appreciate the fact that you did listen to our concerns. That's all I have.
All right, council, anybody else?
Mr. Mayor?
Mrs. Koski.
Through the chair to Mr. Purcell, the vacant property next door, that is zoned residential.
Yes.
Do you think that there's going to be any problems there because of a 4-story apartment complex, which is going to literally cover the north-south width of the property, as far as putting in residential with them being that close?
Thank you. It's a great question. I don't particularly see, if you're talking to the western side where it's undeveloped.
Correct.
I don't particularly see that. These buildings are set back from the road on 14 Mile further than what is required for our R60 typical front yard setback. So unless they really do a lot of tree clearing, these are really just, where's the zoning map? One very large parcel. So they would need to clear a significant amount of trees to be set back far enough to be in line with the proposed development in front of us. The development you do see along 14 Mile is much closer to the road. And if we're looking into developing that with a traditional single-family home on that, I think it's 9-acre lot, you're really looking at a lot of difficulty in terms of that type of development, more so than the impact this development would have on that parcel.
Well, how do you see that developed, that residential parcel? How could it be developed?
theoretically, through development options like this, there could be any number of proposals. I do have concerns and would bring them up to a developer about significant tree removal. I do believe that somewhere in the middle of that site, it is impacted by wetlands as well. So I think the middle of that site would have to remain relatively untouched without significant disturbance.
So basically what you're telling me is there's a good possibility that that parcel will not be developed residential.
At this time, unless there's some significant revision or some plan that is yet to be delivered to me, you know, I think that any parcel there would not be developed with a single-family residential home.
Okay, so we shouldn't have to worry about a 4-story apartment building being there.
I don't think so.
We can buy that as wetlands, as our vacant property preservation. I have a couple questions, gentlemen. What does each unit have as far as laundry service is concerned?
Each unit has a stacked laundry, washer and dryer in every single unit.
Every unit has its own washer and dryer.
Correct.
Entrances and egress. How many actual entrances do you have? Looking at your pictures, I see only 2 on one side, and that's it, of each building.
That's correct. There's 2 ingress and egress per building, which is per code.
Okay, so that would be facing, what, the parking lot? Yes.
Facing the parking in each of those buildings.
So if anybody wanted to use that center 22, 23 square feet, they would walk around the building. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And who gets to plant the garden?
Community. It's a community garden. So I don't know, we are not sure exactly how that's going to be set up yet. It could be something that's managed by the in-house management, or we could leave it up to, you know, the group of residents to utilize and hopefully work together to plant the gardens.
So in my subdivision, there's a committee that actually decides what the planters should look like every season. So I could see that could be adopted as a best practice where a committee is elected from the residences that live there to manage the planting of the gardens and provide value to the rest of the residents.
Explain to me a little bit about construction material. I read something in the backup material, fire resistant, fireproofing. I've seen 2 fires, one just a little ways from where I used to live, where the second floor apartment, when they installed the cables, apparently they didn't do it correctly and left an opening, and there was a fire that spread through the whole building. There was another one, balcony, decided to have a can to put their cigarettes out. Cigarette didn't go out. The building went up. What precautions or what material are you using to prevent fires? Because you're talking, again, my concern is this is a 4-story. How many units on each floor? You have 2 entrances, exits per building. If there's a fire, getting the people out, you're not going to probably be using elevators, I'm sure. Getting the people out, so I'm assuming that there is staircases next to the elevator, and there's only 2 exits per building. Material, fire resistant, said 1 hour.
Great question. So yes, there are staircases at each ingress and egress that goes all 4 stories. At no point are you in any apartment that's longer than about 40 feet from the staircase. So from the apartment door to the staircase, we strategically place those at about 1/3 points within the building, like 1/4 to 1/3 points within the building, so that we have less distance between apartments to the egress. Additionally, codes these days, specifically fire codes, are much more stringent than they have been in the past. And actually, they're in the midst of revising them again to make them even more stringent. So one of the requirements to get us approved to having 30 feet distance between buildings to the 22-foot modification was to have a larger fire rating on those exterior walls. And I believe we have a 2-hour fire rating on those exterior walls, especially within those courtyards. We are using hardy board siding, which is a cement type material, which is obviously more or less flammable, I should say, than a wood siding type. And then a lot of it is masonry material, brick and cement block as well on the exteriors. I believe I've answered all the questions.
Your concerns about fire and fire spread specifically from one building to another was a very hot topic during our pre-planning meetings with the fire department at the city's office. So to prevent fire from spreading from one building to another in the event there's a fire, we were tasked to make sure that we have a 2-hour fire rating wall on Icon Boulevard, where the distance between the buildings are 22 feet to satisfy code and satisfy the fire department and what they're looking for. In addition to that, we've done a 26-foot perimeter around the entire community, so aerial access is also an option for fire trucks. In the event somebody is stuck and unable to use the staircase, the fire department will be able to rescue them through aerial access.
So that means you're going to help us buy another ladder truck?
There are possibilities.
Well, those are my concerns because you're very close together and fire scares me. I've seen fire. I've seen the black smoke. And to know that those buildings are 22, 23 feet away from each other, what's to prevent the fire from spreading, as you know. And it's just pretty crowded there. Your competition, social opportunities, friendships, bonding, fun, peace of mind, safe community, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths. You have 2 bedrooms with 2 baths, correct? That's correct. Every 2-bedroom has 2 baths. Full-size laundry unit, open floor plan, walk-in shower, $1,450. According to backup, your 2-bedroom, I saw only 1 bath at $1,700. Is that going to cause a problem for competition marketing? And why do you need a pilot program?
In terms of the marketing, we feel that there's a severe lack of apartment availability in the Sterling Heights area, especially when it comes to newer type units. With our newer units, we're going to be providing newer technological advances, such as the security that we've put in there. And we feel that our indoor and outdoor amenities are fairly unmatched in the area as well. With a more modern aesthetic, newer units, newer materials on the interiors and exteriors, we do feel like there is an advantage to that, especially for a lot of a younger generation of people that we are trying to attract to the city. As we're trying, as Sterling Heights is beginning to get a little bit older, we'd like to attract younger generations to start their lives and hopefully stay in the city as they grow and move out of apartments and into condos and into housing. So we feel that that modern aesthetic does provide for the availability of or the reasoning of a slightly higher price point. But even as such, we are still well under Macomb County's affordable, what they call affordable housing, at only 80% AMI. I'm going to speak to the pilot.
I was just going to speak to the 80% AMI, and my colleague has mentioned it. So we've done a pretty thorough analysis, and we feel, based on our price point and both interior, exterior amenities, as well as the floor plan that we're providing, with the finishes that we are going to be choosing, both interior and exterior of the buildings, The current price point for a 2025 or 2026 project will support the prices that we are proposing.
Well, the reason I mentioned that is it came today. Clinton Township. Again, the pilot program, why are you requesting that?
Well, the pilot program does allow us to reduce our overall operating expenses so we can continue to stay at that 80% AMI. And by providing that, we're providing attainable housing for the residents of Sterling Heights. It does help us with not having annual increases and staying within that range.
Okay, so in other words, you're going to be getting what you're requesting, but reducing the cost to a certain number of occupants.
That's correct.
I still feel that this is a little bit too dense for me. I used to live in the southwest quadrant of the city for 30-some-odd years, and I'm very, very familiar with that corner. And I just, 4 stories, I'm having a hard time swallowing that. And the units are just a little bit too small. And I know the southern half of our city sometimes feels like they're neglected. And I think this is a little bit too dense for that area. And one last question. Where's the closest grocery store?
14 and
Mile away, 13 a mile.
It's Meyer and Mount.
13 and Mount.
Meyer.
16 in Van Dyke.
So if you're going to rent there, you love to walk or ride your bike, right? And
Or
carry
take the
your
Smart Flex.
groceries. Pardon?
Or take that Smart Flex busing that was introduced.
Does it go up 14 to, what is it, Myers there?
There is a bus route that takes you along 14 Mile toward the Van Dyke corridor, and then you can get to many different grocery opportunities on the Van Dyke corridor.
And to the restaurants, because they're all a mile away.
You know,
Okay.
if you don't mind, Ms. Koski, I'd like to just talk to you about the density. We understand that Sterling Heights isn't necessarily an urban setting, and it's more of a suburban type community. Unfortunately, prices of construction continue to rise. You know, I'm a home builder as well. I build homes around Macomb and Oakland counties, and every year people are telling me prices are going to come down because prices are just way too high. They can't just keep going up, and every year they continue to rise. If there's one thing that we know, there's taxes. And if there's another thing we know, construction costs are going to go up. And for a huge lack of affordable housing, or just housing in general, especially new construction, if you look at the history from 1972 until now, the average in the 4-county area of Macomb, Oakland, Wayne, and I believe Washtenaw is the 4th county, the typical average was about 10,000 homes per year that were being built. Over since 2008, the recession, we've only been building about 4,000 homes per year in those 4 counties, which is a drastic reduction. Prior to the recession, in the 80s and then also in the early 2000s, we were building close to 20,000 homes a year in these areas. So with that being said, we need housing. There is no doubt about it. It's all over national headlines and local headlines. And here in Sterling Heights, we just don't have many newer multifamily opportunities, especially here on the south side of the city, where people do feel like they're neglected, and I agree with that. So one of the ways to combat that is through density. Yes, these are not for everybody. Not everybody wants to live in 400, 500, 600 square feet, but there are a lot of people that do. A lot of people that are just starting their lives out, or don't need a lot of space, don't want to waste space, or waste a lot of money on utilities and bills and things of the sort, or get a condo where there's HOA fees, or a home where they have to maintain the lawn, et cetera. So this provides an opportunity for some people that may want these types of things and want to live in the city, but don't have these options in the city of Sterling Heights. So we do feel like we're bringing something special, unique, and something new to the city to attract new people to the city that hopefully can stay and support the local businesses, the workforce, et cetera.
I had a broker's license since the early 70s, so I know what you're saying. I've been through the 19% interest rates. I learned how to use a lane contract because there were no mortgages available. So I'm well aware of the boom when Sterling Heights was literally built, the northwest quadrant. Oh, you're going to build $300,000, $200,000 homes there? They're never going to sell. Yeah, we know the story. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I also grew up in a post-war house with 3 sisters, 2 bedrooms. Gets a little crowded. So I guess maybe I have this phobia of don't fence me in. So I'm sorry.
Understandable.
So that's my position. I hope you understand.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you. Well, I have some questions for you gentlemen. I think that this project is good. There are some things that I would change, but I'm also not the developer. I appreciate that balconies would be a problem for the fire department, especially because the buildings are so close together. It would end up being an odd situation. But just an idea for the future is I know that our residents are craving a little bit more space to themselves. I appreciate the pickleball court, and I think the dog park is a nice amenity. And I understand these are for more working people. But there is no other green space on the site for a kid to throw a football or a baseball or anything like that. And maybe that's not who you're marketing toward. But I know that we have a green space ordinance that specifies that we're supposed to have green space so kids have somewhere to play. I actually don't even know where the closest park, I guess through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, what would be the closest park to Icon Park where a child could play? Nelson Park, would that be the nearest one?
Well, I mean, so this is, I'll jump in. This is very close to City of Warren. There's a huge park. The Warren Community Center is about
That's a good point.
half a mile away. It looks like people could walk even down Greenbrier Avenue in Warren. And then it dead ends right at that community center, which has playscapes and ball fields and.
Well, and I
a lot of open
appreciate
area.
that, Mr. Mayor.
But Mr. Vanderpool, if you have further response.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Councilman Radke, they can certainly get to nearby parks. I'd have to look at the map, as the mayor did point them out, as you could as well. But in addition, it is in close proximity to a lot of trailways as well. And as you know, we've connected sidewalk up and down Mound and Van Dyke. You can easily now get to all of our pathway systems, including the Iron Bell Trail system, not far from there. So the residents that typically would live in here would be those that would enjoy those sorts of amenities and opportunities. And again, this also does have access to public transit and you know, so I think the recreational amenities are plentiful around there. But yes, your point's well taken. Whenever you have one of these higher density projects, the green space required in our zoning ordinance doesn't conform perfectly to these, so you have to make other accommodations.
I'm not saying they have to follow the ordinance to the letter, but I think people who want to live here are going to live here, and they are working folks, but I don't think their children might have a choice. You know, they're going to end up living where their parents tell them to live. And while I appreciate that the city of Warren is very close, you know, I want to make sure that we have amenities in Sterling Heights for Sterling Heights residents, because the Warren Community Center, you have to pay a fee to use to access the interior of the Warren Community Center. Furthermore, and I appreciate that we're building sidewalk on Mound despite the county fighting us on it, but there is no sidewalk going westbound on 14 Mile, there's still going to be a gap even once you guys complete your project. And there is a gap on the north side of 14 going east toward Van Dyke across that entire frontage until you get to the Amazon warehouse that fit there. So while it is more walkable now than it was in the past, I wouldn't claim that it is actually walkable, because there's no sidewalk from Mound to about halfway down 14 toward Van Dyke. There's no sidewalk on either side. Warren doesn't have sidewalk, and we don't have sidewalk. This is a great example of why we need to talk about sidewalk more in the future, but to fill those gaps so people can actually walk through the community. There's one thing I have a concern about. The other thing I was looking at while I'm looking at your picture, and let me pull it back up. And I think it's wonderful, and I wonder if we could show the overhead of their parking lot and everything. I see an entranceway on the south side of your site on Mound, but I don't see an entranceway on the north side by the Stober Plaza. Is there a sidewalk there that'll get you into the site? Is that the white line there, or there is on both?
Yes, there's a sidewalk from the Mound entrance, correct?
Okay, but is it only on the south side, or is it on the north side by the curb cut, right there, yeah? Was that sidewalk, that white little line there, or no?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. I like this plan. However, I know that the support district is considered more of a mixed-use district. And I was curious about your choice to build a berm between the building and Mound Road and essentially create a separation from the street. Because the idea of a mixed-use district is to create more of a street structure. And you've created a more of a further distance apart. And you also orientated the building toward the parking lot. Now, you know, in a site that you'd advocate for car use, yes, you'd advocate toward the parking. But if you really want bus use or bike use or anything else, it seems to me that the building should be more orientated toward the street condition. That's what we do in mixed-use districts. So I was wondering why you made that choice to kind of turn your back to Mound Road. I know it's a big, busy road, and I have no control over that because the county executive does what he wants. But I'm curious what you think about that.
So one of the considerations we had when we made that choice is parking lot accessibility for vehicles. If we have vehicles that are being parked in the parking lot, it would be easier for the residents to come out from the rear side of the building to access their vehicles and to also access the ride share area of the development. Have we faced the entrances from the Mount side, then residents will have to go around the entire building to access their vehicles or go to the ride share.
Or have an entrance in the back, but no, I take your point.
The second point that I'd like to also make mention of is when we were developing what the Mound building should look like, we wanted to give it that mixed-use facade with that commercial glazing on the first floor, stacked with residences on the second, third, and fourth floor. And in order for us to maintain that and keep a very clean look that's aesthetically pleasing from the Mount side, where it could conform to a mixed-use development, we didn't want any entrances or any egress from that side. And just having a glazing facade would be a lot more pleasing to the eye for any drive-by traffic on Mound Road.
Right. But you can appreciate how a berm doesn't say welcome.
I don't think we have a berm in front of it.
Isn't there a berm with trees, or what is?
There's landscape plantings there, but there's no, we didn't create like a mound
But
or a berm.
even the landscape doesn't say, come on in. It says, we're over here and you're over there, especially if you're passing by on the sidewalk.
One of the big things the city wanted was a lot of landscaping and you know, vegetation, especially along the corridors of the main entrances. So that, although I do agree, we love mixed-use developments, and our original years ago plan was to create a commercial first floor there, or an entire building or first floor there. But with so many vacancies up and down Mound, we just felt that adding additional retail or things of that sort may not be the best use of the space.
And I can understand that, but I also will say that, you know, we're the ones approving it. We speak for the city. I always love when someone from the city tells me this is what the expectation is. I'm the expectation, right? All of us up here are the expectation. So I take the point, but at the same time, your site is very dense, and I don't disagree with that. It's fine. I guess through the chair to Dr. Parcell, I saw a modification for trees Are they going to have the correct number of trees on site, or do they have to pay into the tree fund to, or are we just gonna forgive the trees? I mean, are they gonna have the required number as per our ordinances, or is there a modification for less?
They are reducing the parking lot trees, but they are far surpassing the frontage vegetation requirements.
Right, so they just move the trees from the parking lot to the frontage on mound?
Yes.
Okay. So here's my concern. To create walkable districts, you can't have dead space, right? And I see what you're doing on Mound is creating a tremendous amount of dead space that people are gonna have to walk past on their way to their next thing. And, you know, it is what it is, I guess, at this point, because we don't get to have our input until the end. But it's very frustrating, because the number one rule you learn when you talk about urban planning is you don't want, for example, a parking structure with dead space on the first floor, because it creates an unsafe street condition. No one wants to congregate in front of it. You kind of want to walk past it as fast as possible. And we're doing we are re-envisioning our zoning and planning, you know, our master plan. And one of the frustrations I've always had when I drive down Shaner, for example, is you have a tremendous number of homes that have fences along Shaner. What you end up having is just long 2-mile stretches of fence. It's mismatched, it's falling down. No one wants to stop. No one wants to congregate. No one wants to walk it because it's dead. It's unsafe and it's not fun. And I see you doing this on Mound. It is what it is. But I guess I would really question the Office of Planning on this. And I'd really think in the future, in a district that we envision as a more mixed-use district, let's try to make sure the street condition matches the vision, because I don't think it does here. But I agree with you. We need more housing in Sterling Heights. This is a great project because I think it touches 2 non-conforming homes, so they don't really count, as a church and one conforming lot, and you have residential behind you. I think this is a good transition between the sites. But I can also be frustrated because, you know, we turned down a developer on Mound, a little bit north of where you guys are, because he refused to reorientate his building toward the street. You know, you say you want transit. Well, if your building isn't orientated toward transit, people aren't gonna think that's what they want, you know? I was curious about, I assume you're gonna have bike racks, you're gonna have places, are they gonna be at every building?
We have kind of like a T shape in the center of the 4 buildings. That's where the ride shares are, the charging stations, the bike racks, et cetera. So more centrally located for all of those types of
So you're gonna
things.
have to walk a while to get to your bike?
It's kind of in the middle of the park. I mean, we're open to adding additional bike racks if
Well,
that's what the
I would
residents want.
appreciate it. If it's truly to be an attainable and transit-oriented development, I think bike racks would be appropriate at every building, honestly. I think when we rethink our ordinances, we're gonna require more bike racks, because right now, we're adding bike pathways and trails, and we don't really require developers to put in any bike racks. I had the pleasure of visiting Oak Park, their 9-mile corridor, which is a tremendous improvement over what it was. And they talk more about bike and transit-oriented developments. I guess my next question would be, I'll ask the city planner, I'll come back to you. Dr. Parcell, they are 288 spaces. Is that where we are? Because I know we are thinking about rewriting our parking ordinance. I know that they argue that there's a more transit-oriented development. Is that the right number of spaces? Could we go less? Are you comfortable with it? Because that's what my question is, because I went to Oak Park, and they have a transit-oriented development there, and they have 1 space for every unit, and then they have 3 additional spaces for visitors, and that's all they got. Because they expect people to come by the bus or use a bike or walk, instead of driving a car. So I guess through the chair to Dr. Parcell.
At this point in time, yes, we are comfortable with that. It takes you to 1.51 spaces per unit. It's in line with what we've seen, a little lower than some recent ones. But until you really get further development along the corridor, I think it's appropriate, mostly because while there are a lot of options for walking to different types of employment there directly across Mound, they're making consideration in case, you know, there are other options. The Smart Flex has been brought up a lot of times. It's a really wonderful regional transit tool. The bus route directly out there, so it safeguards us from any type of It actually helps them a great deal with transit integration, but the reduction of parking, I think at this point in time is in a very good spot, given the micro units especially. So I think I'm very comfortable with the 1.51.
Go ahead, yeah.
And one point I want to mention about parking is with our current parking count right now, we have approximately one parking spot per bedroom, and we are still left with spares for guest parking as well.
And I take that point, but at the same time, we know from census studies that a two-bedroom apartment tends to have 1.5 residents. So 2 spots per bedroom is over parking, honestly, because that's what the census tells us is going on in Sterling Heights right now. But if Dr. Parcell is comfortable with it, I guess I'll be comfortable with it. I think you're gonna be overparked. I think you have too many spaces. I think you're gonna find that you don't use maybe 2/3 of them, but I guess we're gonna find out, right? I had one more question. I thought the resident made a great point. Is there any personal storage for the residents? Like my condo has a basement. Do these have basements or storage spaces for residents?
We don't have basements, but there are storage units, multiple storage units on every single floor of every building. So people can rent smaller spaces, 4x4, or larger spaces for larger items within each unit. That's one of the big changes that we made from the last version to this version.
And that would be an additional cost to the residents?
A minimal cost. We're anticipating roughly $25 to $50 a month.
Okay. I know we're not talking about a pilot today, so that's not on the agenda. I mean, we approve this or we don't approve this, and then the pilot comes back as a separate proposal where we have our economic development consultants explain to us. I guess my concern with the pilot is that we need to make sure that the AMI is being achieved. Ann Arbor says that they've had tremendous compliance problems, where they'll approve set-asides or AMI compliance, and then if the city does not double-check your work, developers will start to not follow the rules. And so I'm curious about what our city can do to do that, but that's not for today. We'll talk about that when and if you come back. As it stands right now, I'm going to vote in favor of this because we need the housing, but I think that I'm really concerned about the frontage on Mound. And I wish there's some way to break it up or add seating or tables or something that residents could use that would break up that large expanse of just trees and a sidewalk. Because again, my concern is that it's just going to become a dead zone with cars whizzing by, which I have no control over again because, the road department controls Mound, not our city. But as it stands right now, I'm going to vote in favor. It's very good. It could be better, but again, I'm not you guys, so I'll say that. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. So first of all, I do have a couple of questions. Where is your visitor parking located? Do you have a designated visitor parking?
We do not have any designated parking spots for visitors versus residents at this time, but we have not dug very deep into the operation side of the development yet to answer some of the questions on, for example, the cleaning after the dogs or whether we're going to do designated or non-designated parking spots at this time. I think some of these will unfold as we manage, and once we manage and we find where we have holes that need improvement, we will build upon it during the management and how the residents are going to use the development. It's like the best example I can give to that is, when you build a brand new house, you think that you thought of everything that you can in a custom home, but once you live in the house, things start coming up and you may make changes a few years after you build a custom home.
Okay. And I know I brought this up when you came before us before, the location of the dumpsters. I'm still not happy that one of them is adjacent to residential. I was hoping that would be changed, and it's not. That really bothers me to have, we have issues in other parts of the city where there's a commercial with a dumpster adjacent to residential, and we get many, many complaints about it. So I'm concerned about that. I appreciate that I didn't have a problem with the pond, but you changed the pond, and what you changed it to, I can appreciate. As far as the dog park, are you going to make sure that the dogs are have all their shots, are licensed? Is that going to be something that your management team is going to make sure of? Are the residents going to have a pass to get in that dog park? What's that plan?
As I stand today, as far as that plan is concerned, I would follow best practices of what dog groomers do. And today, the dog groomers, what they ask for is a rabies shot when they have a dog come in and groom, or whether they have a cat or a dog. So maybe we can follow the same best practices that folks that deal with animals every day have done, and we can implement that within our community.
Well, I think the best practice in the city is that the dog is licensed. And in order to have a license in the city, they have to be up to date on their immunizations. So that would be that would be something that I would insist on.
I really like that recommendation. One of the things that we're going to require in the application process of any tenant is the application of a pet as well. So if they are having pets, there's going to be certain restrictions in terms of the types of pets, the weight limits, et cetera. So requiring a license, well, I think would be a very smart requirement.
It's mandatory for residents in the city. So if they're going to be residents in the city, that's something that is mandatory in the city. So hopefully you can enforce that. As far as the playground, that's great for little kids, but there is really, as my colleague has said, there is nothing for, older kids that a playground is going to be boring to. That bothers me. There's no other green space as far as having a gathering, barbecues for your residents. Do you have a plan for that? There's really no place to have something like that. And in Michigan, as you said, you had a barbecue on your balcony that you weren't supposed to have. We all like to barbecue in Michigan. I barbecue all year round. But, if you're living in an apartment, you'd at least like to have that capability in the summertime. So any suggestions?
In terms of older kids, we do have the pickleball court that could be utilized for not only just pickleball. We have toyed around with possibly creating, some space there in the wintertime for our ice skating or possibly rollerblading, things of the sort, or also hosting community events in that space as a gathering space within that pickleball, because it's a nice space and it's contained, a nice large space that is contained. In terms of the barbecuing, we previously did have a pavilion area with the barbecues. We were getting a lot of negative feedback from some of the other developers in the area and our insurance providers on having the open flames and things of the sort. So we pulled back on that a little bit. We are still considering possibly adding some barbecue stations in that kind of center congregation type area.
Now, your buildings are just going to have entrances on one side, so they won't have an exit into the courtyard? Is that, you're calling it a courtyard? So there's no entrance or exit from the building there? They have to walk all the way around? Okay, what's the rationale for that?
So again, one of the things is we did place the entrances and exits at roughly that quarter point, so it's not a long route around the building, number one. Number two, the way the architectural design came to be with the staircases and the elevators and kind of that common lobby corridor area all coming into one side, it made more sense from an architectural perspective. And secondly, one of the concerns we had, if there was a lot of traffic going in and out from the courtyards, which we're hoping for, that would possibly interrupt the people directly adjacent to those entrances. Whereas where the courtyards where the entrances are currently, they're between kind of lobby, staircase types areas, so it's a little bit less noisy if there's people coming in and out.
Understand, it's like getting the hotel room next to the ice machine. I got it, okay. I worry about the buildings being too close together. I think if I were on the first or second floor and not getting any natural light, it would really bother me. And even the third floor, you're being blocked by that building next to you. This isn't for me. It could be for someone else. I'm sure you've done your homework, that there are people out there that don't mind not having natural light. And a resident had asked about your price point. So according to your presentation, it's a little different than what's in our backup. So the micro units, 415 square feet, you're going to have 38 for $1,160 a month, okay? And then your 530 square foot to 585 square foot, you're going to have 76 of those for $1,450 to $1,500. And then the 775 square foot, you're going to have 76 of those for $1,740. Does that include water, any heat, utilities, anything at that price?
Those prices do not include utilities. Utilities will be in addition to that. But if we look at an aggregate total for utilities of spaces this small, they're minimum. I would say utilities would probably run any resident under $100 a month for all three utilities. We're actually not even using gas utilities in this development. It's 100% electric. We are using split unit AC systems instead of a traditional style furnace with an air handler, and those are extremely economical units to use for both heating and cooling.
And then you answered a couple of my other questions already. Through the chair to Dr. Parcell, so the parcel next to it, could that possibly be someplace we could put pattern book homes?
Yeah, definitely. It is one of the few really, truly, I would say vacant with an asterisk parcels in the city. Like we've mentioned, it's heavily treed. I don't have an up-to-date tree survey. Removing them could incur some large cost for a developer, but theoretically, through one of our development options, you could do something like that and additionally avoid any potential wetlands in the middle through thoughtful site design.
Okay. But chances are we're not going to have a single-family home built on that property.
I would say that's very, very
I
unlikely.
mean, there's a house there now, correct?
So there's a small parcel cut out, and then there's the much larger vacant parcel that wraps around
Okay, so
it.
the house is on the small parcel?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep. The other two are vacant.
So there's nothing on that?
No.
Okay. And I guess I'm wondering, did you approach the bank about acquiring that property? Because that would have been great green space.
The bank is sitting right here, actually, in the audience.
He's the guy in the back.
Okay, that wasn't my question.
We've had a lot of discussions on possibly doing a project together, but we were not able to get the minds to meet to be able to do something tangible that provides value to the city at this time.
Okay, so I guess from my conversation with you, I have some reservations, and I am really not sure at this point what I'm going to do, but I have a lot of concerns, and like I said, this isn't for me, but it's very dense. You know, we went from 26.8 units per acre to 36.4. Dr. Purcell, will this be the most dense in the city?
If not the most, I would say top three most likely, given the recent special approval at Van Dyke and Brome, and then either one of the Shaner developments, either at 14 or at Shaner and Hall.
Okay. Okay, I have nothing further, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Many of my questions have been answered. But I will tell you from reading the backup material, when I walked in here tonight, I didn't think I would be happy with what was presented. And mostly it was the 4 stories that were the hang-up for me. But I have to tell you, after listening to most of the answers that you've given to my colleagues, and we've talked about this, about density, and we put it off in so many different places, that this seems to be one, if we're going to try it, it's something this dense. it's a good space to do it because you probably won't have any building to the west. And then there's the non-conforming plots that are like to the north. A vacant one to the south. So if we were going to do it, I think this might be the place to try it. This isn't for me. I can tell you that right now, to me, this reminds me of New York City, and you're going to be waving to your, neighbors through the window. But some people want that. And right now, we don't provide that. So there's a couple of things that I would just want you to clarify, that you will have somebody on site 24/7 that will be doing maintenance, but still there'll be somebody there and they'll be living there. Do you have this particular project in anywhere else? Have you built this particular project in another city? Through the chair to the petitioner.
We personally have not, but I would say a similar project that was an inspiration to our project was the Phoenix on Big Beaver between John R. and DeQuinder, that has a very similar layout to what we are proposing.
Okay. Let's go back to parking. When I was looking at the way this is laid out, I don't understand the necessity for the parking between the dog park, the playground, and the front building. Because I can't imagine people living in the back are going to want to park their cars there overnight, if they live there. And if they do live there, they're probably going to walk from the building that they're living in to the amenities that you have in the front. So I was wondering, and this is whether you can answer me, or probably Dr. Parcell. So through the chair to Dr. Parcell.
Yeah.
Is there a chance they can land bank some of these parking spaces so that if they're not needed, they would be green space, which would be less expensive? And then in the future, if you needed those spaces, you could have parking places. And I was thinking you could probably do it on that strip that's, there's like parking against the front building and parking by the amenities of the little park. But if there's that double row of parking that's in between, if that could be maybe land banked, and it would give us a little more green space and could be another community garden or whatever, but maybe not, use that for parking right now. But that's just something that I thought about, but that's something you'd have to discuss with the city and work out your numbers to see if it would actually work out. We're going to talk about the pilot program at another time. I have that written here. And there, if you're doing the 80-20, we'd have 38 units that would be affordable housing. Now, let's see. Yeah, well, here's the other thing, is if you're going to build those as apartments. In the future, because I know this is going to be a start, you're going to be developing something else. But consider condos. And the reason why I say that is not everybody wants to live in an apartment. So this is your plan, it's pretty much taken care of, but in the future, at least bring back the research that you do, about condos and why they might not be as desirable to build as apartments. And explain it to us, because people want, they want to own something. And I think a condo is their first step rather than just having, apartments. So that would be another thing I'd ask you to do. The other thing is through the chair to Mr. Langlo, that's sitting here. Where's the nearest park to this project? Because he's been sitting here all night. So Kyle, tell us where the park's at.
Mr. Langlois.
Thank you. The closest park to this development is Beaver Creek Park. By, I guess, drive or sidewalk or means to get there, not as the crow flies, it's about 1.5 miles, though, because there's really not a good way to get there. Certainly closer as the crow flies. Harwood Elementary is in between Beaver Creek Park and the development. That would shave off a little bit of time, but there's multiple ways to get to Beaver Creek Park. And then talked about the Warren Community Center. There is outdoor park space at that site as well, which is a close, in fairly close proximity. And then within a little bit further of a drive, you do have Nelson Park, Avis Park. There's a number of other parks there, but the closest would be Beaver Creek.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing is, if you need help as far as finding out other, uses for the pickleball court, I'm sure that, our Parks and Rec department can help you as far as maybe a half-court basketball or, something where it could be transitional. Because we do that for a lot of, our recreation here, so we can help you with that. Mrs. Schmidt was reading my mind when she said pattern book homes on that parcel, because that's where my mind's always at, is pattern book homes. So I want to talk to you about those too. But I think that's all I have to say. And I think I'm to the point that I have to give a project like this a chance. It's not what I want, but we have to see what the market bears on this, and you're going to be the losers if it doesn't happen. So, but I'm to that point now. I think that this, where you're putting this, I think will work. Okay, so nothing further.
Okay, thank you, council. Thank you guys again for the presentation, appreciate it. I liked the project when it was proposed 2 years ago. I like the project still. I think a lot of the council members' comments have been well received. And I think especially from your comments, Randy, that, there's still a lot of tweaking to go on. And maybe there'll be tweaking to go on even after construction. So I think these are all good comments that you've heard. I think that this area is perfect for a higher density. I don't even want to call it high density because it's not high density. It's frankly very low density if you compare it to the rest of Earth, where people live. Where people live, of the 7 to 8 billion people on Earth, almost none of them live in places like Sterling Heights. Almost none. I mean, a very tiny percentage. So, like one comment from I think Ms. Zarko, like Manhattan. I mean, I think in Manhattan you're having like 500, 600, 700 units per acre. Okay, so this is 10 to 20 times less than that. You look at this on a map, certainly 14 Mile and Mound can support 190 units. It's not even a question. The traffic is not going to be a concern. You've got basically a full, like a half mile to the north, a half mile to the west, where there's nothing. There's nobody living there. So I think this is a very appropriate development. I like the design. I like the layout. I appreciate Mr. Radke's comments. I'm not sure what you can really do on Mound Road, to be honest. I really don't know. I don't know. I mean, would it be nice if there was a first floor retail that, was vibrant and had great shops and stuff? Yeah, that'd be awesome. But again, I'm not going to sit here and force you guys to do that when the market probably wouldn't provide you with rents there, and it would probably remain vacant. So I think the need for housing is there. I think this is appropriate. I'm not sure I understand some of the comments about, whether or not it would be for me or be for anybody on this council. I mean, certainly that, to me, I mean, there's a number of housing options that we have in Sterling Heights that are not for me, but they are for somebody. And so I think that that's an important thing, to have a diversity of options that we can offer to people. The micro units, I think, are really interesting, and I think that they're going to be very popular and probably are going to be some of the units that sell out first. I think that the green space that you do provide is great. I wish there were more, sure. But it's like, to me, am I going to sit here and vote no and say, hey, I'm going to vote no because there's not enough green space, or the units aren't big enough, or there's not enough of this or that? Meanwhile, you have a family that's struggling to find somewhere to live, that wants to live in the city of Sterling Heights, that's in a different community, that would welcome the opportunity to live in an apartment like this. So I'm going to be in favor of it. And, and I think, the comments about How many units was it before when you came here in 2000? It was 140? Okay. And the thing about condos is, like, how many condos could you put on there? You know, like 30, 20? You know, you're not going to be able to, if 140 units wasn't enough to make the finances work, how could 30 or so condos work? I don't think it could. So I think it's a great development. I'm excited for you guys. I'm happy to see you back here, and moving forward on it, I'm going to be a yes, and I wish you guys good luck. I think it'll be a great addition to the neighborhood there, something well needed. All right?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Riska, can we have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Yes.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky?
No,
And Mr. Radke?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 6-1. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so it's 9:30, and pursuant to our council rules, that's 9:35, but after 9:30, we will take communications from citizens and complete that portion of our agenda. And then, once that's completed, we'll move back to where we left off on the agenda. So at this point, I am going to move to communications from citizens. This is your opportunity to talk about anything that is not on tonight's agenda, if you wish to. Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
Yeah, in the paper here, I got it the other day. You guys made a big deal about saving money with the trash cans. But now it says in the paper, we're gonna have a small tax raise. So I don't understand it. You guys, oh, we save money, we save money. No. Plus another thing. I called, the code enforcer guys for that project next door to me. I call it Disneyland, but it's the Islam Community Center. They haven't did nothing in 3 months. The framework's up, the bricks are up, but the weeds are growing. The fence was down, but they come back and turn it in, and then I try to call code enforcer and that. Well, I get violations. I live on 15 Mile Road. How do you get the garbage? I pick up everything out there. So, I don't know what's going on, but something's gotta go down with this building next door. Because, come on, give me a break. They're building stuff around here so fast, it's going up, this thing's taking so long. They got the mountain, they finally pulled the bulldozer, or the crane out of there, or whatever, the steam shovel. They moved the truck, but there's a bin back there with garbage, there's garbage on the thing, there's wood there, there's everything. And the weeds. My neighbor in the back, there's 2 fences now. You got a portable fence, then you got a regular fence. Well, you got weeds and everything's growing, the vines are growing. Come on, clean it up. And our road, that was supposed to be our driveway going to the back of their 2 homes, they tore it up. Nobody's fixing it. It's got moon craters in it. You should hear the new trucks come in now. It's hilarious with that bucket in the front. Boom, 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 all the way down, all the way back. Something's got to be done. And spending money, I don't know why you bought an electric police car. Give me a break. Come on. We didn't need that. We don't need it. And I heard the other day you were talking about gas stations. We got too many gas stations. Well, I don't know what you plan on doing, but somebody's got to come and check this place out. Why don't you guys get off your feet and come on over and look at it? Because it's not right. And the curb, the side street there, Koch, North Koch, just full of sand and gravel and everything. Just tons of it. It took me 2 wheelbarrows to clean that place up. I cleaned both sides. So I used that wood and dumped it in the holes on the road. So you got to come out and look at this. This is outrageous. Because they're putting buildings up so fast, I don't understand it. Take it easy.
All right, anyone else under Mr. Nelson?
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel, Sterling Heights. I actually came up here to say thank you very much. I brought up a couple of seats over here that were falling over and were going to cause an eventual accident. They are now in place. So I just want to thank you all for getting that done. Thank you, City Manager. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Hi there, good evening. I'm John Matthews. I'm just on the east side of DeQuinder. As we're reaching the end of the year, I still have one more week left at school. I'm a little envious of my colleague earlier this evening. We try to have an attitude of gratitude and remember to thank people for various accomplishments. There's two things I'd like to highlight tonight. One of them is a little in advance. With the universal recycling that we switched to, that has saved me a ton of time going to and from the recycling center, so I am very appreciative of that. I've seen a number of houses on my street start to use, because I talk to my neighbors as I go on my walks, they're recycling more and more as they run on. They said, you know, I thought it would be too big or too heavy at first, but then they're like, it really isn't that bad, and oh my goodness, would you look at all the stuff we used to throw away. So that's one really nice thing that I've seen recently. And the other nice thing I'm going to say a little bit in advance is for Clerk Riska, who will soon, I'm assuming, start sending out those absentee ballots for the primary. Is that right? That's coming up soon. Our award-winning clerk, I think, deserves a lot of praise for things that go smoothly because you don't hear a lot about the things that go right, only the things that go wrong. So thank you in advance if I don't get back before my vacation's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Anyone else? All right, I will close communications from citizens, and we will go back to our agenda. Next item is an ordinance introduction, and this is to introduce the final amendment to the appropriations ordinance for the 2023-2024 fiscal year with a presentation by our Finance and Budget Director, Jennifer Varney. Mrs. Varney.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Koszybski, and City Council. I'm here tonight to present the final amendment to the 23-24 fiscal year. So general fund revenues are projected to come in 2.8 million or 2.2% higher than originally budgeted. And again, this is primarily due to the Tier 3 property tax reimbursement received in May. And you may recall that we don't include this in the operating budget because it's very unpredictable and not really guaranteed. And normally we fund one-time expenditures with this money. And this year we are proposing to use these funds, reserve them for future renovations at Fire Station number 5. And I'll get into more detail on that later. Grant revenue this year was 4.1 million higher than budgeted, and that's primarily due to the $3 million MEDC grant for the lakeside development, so there'll be an offsetting expenditure for that you'll see. And I'm so excited to report that only 4 short years after COVID, we received our FEMA money of $750,000. So that obviously has not been budgeted because it just took a really long time to get. So I was very excited to close that chapter. Investment income continues to be high. We were expecting that rates might start going down sooner than they did, and we have about 400,000 more interest revenue than was originally budgeted. Oh, and also transport fees are about 400,000 over the budget. On the side of revenue that came in under budget, we transferred the refuse millage. You may remember at the budget hearing we talked about setting up a special revenue account. That's just an accounting issue. So we're doing that actually in the current fiscal year. That way, any fund balance we have from grant revenue will get carried forward in the refuse fund for next year. So that reduces general fund revenue. And we also had less permit and ticket revenue than expected, and cable TV revenue continues to decline, probably to no one's surprise. General fund expenditures are 1.7% greater than budgeted. So we have the $4.5 million transfer to the Facilities Improvement Fund. And again, this is to set aside money for future renovations to Fire Station number 5, and I have a slide about that coming up next. And then we have the offsetting expenditure for the MEDC grant that I just talked about. Health insurance claims were higher this year than expected. We had significantly higher claims than in the prior year. We actually had 3 claims that hit the stop loss this year compared to 1 claim last year. And when we looked at the claims that were over 100,000, this year we had 2.7 million of those claims versus just over 1 million last year. So we had significantly higher health insurance claims this year. And then we also had additional liability claims of 500,000. Refuse and recycling, we talked about that, reduces general fund expenditures, but just because we moved it to its own fund. Overall, wages and benefits were down about 800,000, excluding the health insurance adjustment, primarily due to the timing of job vacancies and somewhat offset by higher overtime in police and fire. So as mentioned earlier, the final amendment proposes reserving the $4.5 million from the Tier 3 property tax, personal property tax reimbursement for necessary renovations at Fire Station number 5. So you may recall that City Council approved a facilities condition assessment in October of '23. We received the final report on that in March, and the estimated renovation is $9 million. So in order to fund that, we've applied for a $2.5 million grant through Homeland Security that we're hopeful that we'll get. If we reserve this $4.5 million, that gets us to about $7 million, and then hopefully be able to fund the remainder either through value engineering, reducing the cost of the project, or we do have some other capital reserves. So the goal here was to try to fund this project without borrowing money. So this is the plan to do that. The bottom line for the current fiscal year, we're able to add about $365,000 to fund balance, which is better than was anticipated at the first amendment. So general fund balance will remain very strong at over 28%. And the budgets for the other funds, there really wasn't a lot going on in the other funds. They did increase by the $6.2 million, but again, that's primarily just a shift from general fund to a special revenue fund. Major roads increased about $600,000, and that's due to Shaner and Plumbrook Road resurfacing projects that have already been approved by council. We did see savings in both major and local roads due to less snow removal, which is probably also not a surprise to anyone. Parks and Rec saw savings in wages and benefits, primarily due to unfilled budgeted positions. And there is some savings in CDBG, but that will be carried forward into the next fiscal year, which is a normal practice. This is the first reading of this ordinance and is scheduled for adoption at the June 18th City Council meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Mrs. Varney, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Not, council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Zarko.
resolved to introduce the final amendment to the appropriations ordinance for the 2023-24 fiscal year.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
I think it's been explained. Ms. Barney does a great job for us. I have no questions. I'm excited about getting our FEMA money, so yeah, I'm good with it.
Thank you, Ms. Zarko. Mr. Radke?
Yes, just briefly, I'm happy to see that we're adding to fund balance yet again. I think for the last 3 years, we've said we're going to spend a little bit of fund balance, but each year it seems like we're coming in above, which is great. And I think I'm very pleased with this budget. And after, I think we all took a tour of Station 5, it does need renovation. So I think we have a very good plan to put it together. And even if we have to dip into something or figure out something, you know, getting that done in the new year, I think will be very beneficial to the firefighters there. So I have no objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? Thank you, Mrs. Varney. With no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on the consent agenda? Not, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Kosky.
move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is a consideration item, and this is to
Mr.
consider.
Mayor?
Yes.
Before you do, could I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Yeah.
Been at it for
Any
3
any
hours.
objection? No objection to a 5-minute recess? This next one could take a while. So it's 9:49. Why don't we say to be back by around 9:55 PM? All right, we'll stand in recess for 5 or 6 minutes. All right, calling this meeting back to order. So the next item on our agenda tonight is a consideration item. This is to consider adoption of a resolution to place on the ballot for November 5th, 2024, an election, the November 5th, 2024 election, an amendment to the city charter for the purpose of authorizing a levy of a special dedicated millage to construct and maintain trailways and walkways, acquire and conserve open space, reforest the community, and enhance the Clinton River and public parks with recreational improvements for the benefit of the city and residents. We have a presentation from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very excited to kick this item off this evening. First, let me just begin with a little bit of history on the topic. Over the course of the city's 50-year history, Sterling Heights has established itself as a premier full-service municipality. For most of this period, the city adhered to a strategy of low taxes and quality and efficient public services as the best means to attract and retain both residents and commercial and industrial investment. However, as you know, by 2016, Sterling Heights no longer resembled the fledgling municipality of 1968. Physically, the city was nearly built out. The supply of land available for residential, commercial, and industrial development was largely depleted, and the city was still feeling the effects of the worst economic impact in our city's history, where the decline of property values in all sectors had a dramatic impact on city finances. And many of you lived through that period. It was a really, really rough time for the city of Sterling Heights. We had to re-engineer the entire organization, eliminating 200 full-time positions. Some of that we clawed our way back, but most of those positions will never likely come back, unfortunately. We contracted out services, we merged services with the county and other partners, and so on. The poor financial condition of federal, state, and local governments all combined to adversely impact the ability of the city to both retain and attract new residents and businesses. The city's population was aging, with a higher proportion of its residents living in homes without school-age children. We were, at that time, at the proverbial fork in the road. You've heard me say this. We had two paths that we could go down. The path of natural maturation, where the city was at where it was. We couldn't change it at that moment. If we continued down that path, the path of perpetual decline. We've seen so many examples of that across the country, especially here in Michigan. The other path that we could have gone down, which we chose, was a path of prosperity. But what does that mean? How could we possibly do that? And we embarked on this really amazing, forward-looking plan at the insistence of the city council and really the community at large, and that's our Visioning 2030 plan. With significant engagement from our residents and businesses, the 2030 plan was developed. And I'll just, as a reminder, highlight some of it. But what it did most importantly was sow the seeds for the largest public investment in quality of life services in our city's history. You all remember it in 2016, and that was recreating recreation. It was transformative, to say the least. I think everyone in the viewing audience and those present tonight, the vast majority of the community would say it was indeed transformative. Included a new community center, a new farmer's market pavilion with a refrigerated ice rink, a new outdoor spray ground, by the way, all of which was jam-packed tonight coming into City Hall. Thousands of people over there, hundreds of vehicles, and that's the case every day in the summer. A new multifunctional skate park, which in the summer, especially when school's out, is jam-packed with children of all ages, toddlers on bikes, adults rollerblading and skateboarding, all getting along in harmony, sharing the park. incredibly amazing. A new bocce ball courts at the senior center, new mini soccer field, which has been incredibly successful, widely used, a new dog park, which is a point of pride for thousands of people at the community, throughout the city who love taking their dogs there, a new cricket field that was just opened up and celebrated, improvements to 20 neighborhood parks and 5 major parks across the city, not the least of which includes, obviously, Dodge Park. This entire campus has been turned into a lineal park and a focal point for the community. It's really difficult to overstate the positive impact that recreating recreation has had in the city of Sterling Heights. We've had visitors from across the state, far and wide, from up north, the UP, the metro area, coming to look at all these improvements and trying to figure out how in the world did the city ever do this? And why did the residents and business so widely endorse this endeavor and invest $50 million in these transformative improvements? Even some of our most ardent individuals who opposed recreating recreation, there were a few, and one was a former council member, and he showed up a couple of years ago and presented the city council with an award from the county, saying this was one of the greatest investments the city ever made. He had a change of heart. He's not afraid to admit it. A lot of people, even if they had concerns about it, now say that was a wise investment. So, in concert with our residents and businesses, we embarked on Visioning 2040 a couple years ago, because that's what people were asking. What's next? What can we do next? How do we plan for the future? How do we keep looking ahead? Cities that succeed are in perpetual motion. Their work is never done. They're constantly looking at what's the next level? How do we raise the bar? And that's what residents are asking. What's the next thing the city's going to do to prepare for the next 10, 15 years? And so almost 10 years later, after Visioning 2030, it's exactly what we ask the community. What is a community that you want to live in 2040? And then how do we get there? How do we activate the plan? So again, like Visioning 2030 for Visioning 2040, we engage with the community, residents and businesses alike. We had numerous community forums. We had surveys. We had methods to provide input on our website through social media and so on. City Council engaged, solicited a lot of feedback from the community. And so we now have a new Visioning 2040 plan that was approved by the City Council just a couple of months ago. And let me just summarize quickly what it is. Now this is all distilled down into a minute or so. It took us 2 years to get this fully developed. It started with City Council a couple of years ago at a strategic planning session. Our mission statement for 2040 is innovating living. It's our tagline. Everything we do is centered on innovating living at every council meeting, every decision we make. Our 2040 visioning statement is an inclusive, vibrant community that is safe, active, and sustainable. So critically important. Everything we do has to be sustainable. And then, like Visioning 2030, we have a number of guiding principles for which the mayor and city council and administration base all of our decision-making on, because this is what the community helped design. One of the most important guiding principles is centered on public safety that is equitable, responsive, and proactive. Sustainability, a city that is exceptionally maintained, sustainable, and environmentally responsible. Another is enriched living, educational and recreational opportunities and programming for all ages, abilities, and interests. Neighborhoods, plentiful and diverse housing, as we talked about tonight, and green spaces, as we're going to elaborate on much further tonight. available for existing and new residents. We're one of the few communities in Michigan that's continuing to grow, large cities of Michigan, that's continuing to grow. We see that continuing as SEMCOG predicts for the next 30 years. Connected. A city engaged with residents and businesses through innovative channels and technology. You heard a lot about this during the budget that was approved. Business innovation. We've been on the cutting edge with this, and it's still a guiding principle. And that means a destination for entrepreneurs, high-tech, and emerging industries. Building on the long-standing infrastructure we have here with industrial manufacturing. Distinctive areas, vibrant, attractive areas with unique offerings and focal points. Every project, every public project we do, whether it's a road project, a park, all the improvements around here are centered on distinctiveness. It's so important. It's the opposite of the broken window theory. When you invest in public property, individuals invest in their private property. And that's so important. Mobility. This is the final guiding principle, an accessible city that is connected with a robust system of pathways and trails. And we're going to be talking much more about that shortly. After thorough evaluation, city administration has identified a number of projects that we're going to discuss that have the greatest potential to positively impact the community and ensure Sterling Heights remains active and sustainable. Again, activating the Visioning 2040 plan that was designed by the community, approved by the city council, and now we have to activate it. It's meaningless to develop a plan, approve it, and then put it on the shelf. So what does that mean? Visioning 2040 will be the catalyst for a number of amazingly exciting projects. So I'm going to briefly describe them, and then we're going to have a number of presentations this evening. First, there's 5 major areas that the proposal before you is centered on. First and foremost, pathways. In addition to that, supporting a recreational amenity that is growing rapidly. We can't build them quick enough, and that's a pickleball complex where individuals of all ages can play pickleball year-round. Park development for 2 major parks that will be reimagined. That's Rotary and Belvedere Park and Red Run Park. Reforestation of the community. When we talk about sustainability, we know that we have one of the lowest tree canopies in the metro area at 19%. That's not good. For a sophisticated community with so much that we have going on, we can do much better. The best practice is 40%. The proposal you're going to hear tonight gets us closer to the 40%. And most importantly, we hear it all the time. We hear it at almost every council meeting. We need to do all that we can to preserve open space, land preservation. We hear it from stakeholders. I know the mayor and city council hears this all the time. Do we have to develop every inch of property in Sterling Heights? And the answer is no. But in order to avoid that, the city has to have the option, ability, and funding to purchase property, to preserve it for open space so it isn't developed. Because if we don't own it, if the city doesn't own it, it will be developed. Because the property owner has the right to develop their property to its highest and best use. Those are the 5 areas we're going to be talking about this evening that's included in this proposal that we're hoping will be before the voters to decide if this is the city they want to have in 2040. So we have a number of presentations, as I mentioned, and then we're going to conclude with our Finance and Budget Director providing a brief financial summary on what we'll be discussing. And I'm going to start out the presentation talking about the very first item, 1 out of 5, if you will. So if I can draw your attention to the screen, I want to spend a few minutes talking about pathways. There's two components to this, and one of it is centered on one of the greatest assets that we have in our city, the 85-acre nature preserve in the northwest quadrant of Sterling Heights. Many of you know about this, many of you don't know about it. Many of you who don't know about it don't know because you don't have access to it. There's no means to access that nature preserve. Like the Clinton River, some of you may remember before recreating recreation, before a Visioning 2030 plan, you could not recreate in the Clinton River. You couldn't get a canoe down it. Well, you could, but you couldn't go farther than 5 or 10 feet. You couldn't get a kayak down it. You could maybe do a little fishing. We had 20 blockages in the Clinton River. Now look at the Clinton River. Thousands of people use it every summer, canoeing and kayaking down it. It's one of the greatest assets we have. The nature preserve, 85 acres, is another great asset that we have. And as the most tenured council member at the dais today, Councilwoman Koski has championed this nature preserve from its very beginning. And this plan will provide access to the nature center, or nature preserve. It will not commercialize the nature preserve. It'll provide educational opportunities, especially to children, to learn about the thousands of species that exist in this area, the wetland areas that exist in the nature preserve, the wildlife that exists there. Right now, we can't provide any educational opportunities up there. So if you look at the screen, this proposal will have lookout points in the nature preserve. None of this is commercializing it. It will have walkways. What you notice with these walkways is they're not crushed stone, they're not asphalt, they're not concrete, they're natural walkways that allow children, parents, and others to see this incredible natural beauty that we have right here in Sterling Heights. So this is a really big part of the proposal that's before the City Council this evening and hopefully before the voters in November. The second part of pathways is sidewalks. As you know, sidewalks are incredibly important. We have hundreds of miles of sidewalk across the city, connecting our trailways, connecting our schools, connecting our public facilities, connecting commercial areas, connecting neighborhoods and residential areas, connecting to the Iron Bell Trail that runs through Sterling Heights. Believe it or not, from Belle Isle all the way up to Ironwood. Amazing. In the UP, 80% of that trail is complete. And the epicenter's right here in Sterling Heights. Sidewalk connectivity is critical in our city. We've been building it out. We will complete it. You see the amount we do every year. It's a disruptive process, but it's obviously very necessary. So we're going to continue under this proposal, building out sidewalk, filling gaps, creating the connectivity that we have. Non-motorized transportation is really important. Another part of this plan, though, includes streamlining a very arduous, controversial, and inequitable process for paying for sidewalks. Right now, in any given year, there's 1,500 to 1,700 people that are special assessed to have the sidewalks improved in front of their home. Next year, the program could be as high as 2,000 people. The average bill for the special assessment's $800. It's a lot of money. Some are as high as $3,000. We now cap it at $3,000. It wasn't that long ago, 5 years or so, there wasn't a cap on it. There were some people at corner lots who were special assessed $7,000, $9,000. We don't do that anymore. But even a $3,000 bill for those properties and in the future, it's just not a good way. It's cumbersome, to say the least. And if you're part of that program, and eventually everyone is part of the program, because the useful life of a sidewalk has a definite finite period of time. So even if you were part of this special assessment 5, 10 years ago, if we don't change it, you'll be a part of it again. There's a more equitable way, there's a more streamlined way to do it, and that's to include it in this proposal. It's to include it as part of our property taxes and bringing those special assessment bills down. The average, I mentioned, is $800 under this plan for the average household, be $95 a year. And it will include all the other projects that we're talking about this evening. The nature preserve I just mentioned, and those pathways, and the additional projects that are now forthcoming. So pathways is a big part of this plan, but we have 4 other items that we want to continue with, and our Parks and Recreation Director, Kyle Langlois, will now talk about another exciting project, and we'll continue on.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I guess I need to start off by kind of coming up with a lighter, well, it's a light conversation, but a very light note, and say that it's really hard to believe that on any given day in the Parks and Recreation Department, it would be a very rare occasion if pickleball is not in the topic of conversation. So whether it's how much gym time is set aside for pickleball play, what color pickleballs we purchased for play, to holding a plethora of instructional classes, leagues, and tournaments, pickleball has officially dominated the landscape of athletic conversation in Sterling Heights. Pickleball was invented in the mid-1960s, but really started picking up steam in the mid-2000s, which coincides exactly with the time that we cut the ribbon of the active life side of the Senior Center in 2007. Little did we know at that time that the junior high-size court that could be used for 2 pickleball courts would be outgrown immediately, stirring debates on how much gym time was allocated right from the start. As we fast forward to 2024, the Parks and Recreation Department, as City Manager mentioned, has the infrastructure in place to host 7 indoor pickleball courts simultaneously, 9 outdoor courts, soon to be 10. Despite the recent investments in our courts, the city is severely shy on courts to keep up with the exponential growth in the sport for players of all ages. Per recent statistics, the number of pickleball players almost doubled from 2022 to 2023, from almost 5 million to almost 9 million players in 1 year. And there are no signs of this growth slowing down, making it the fastest growing sport, hands down, in the United States. What you see before you is an exterior rendering of what the pickleball complex might look like, again, from the outside. But as our city continues to lead the way in progress and enhancing quality of life for our residents, I can confidently say today that our next pressing amenity is a full-fledged indoor pickleball complex in order to meet the needs and demands of our residents and take pressure off of our existing facilities that are in such high demand for a multitude of activities. It's not a new concept coming out of my mouth, that's for sure. In short, it is impossible for us to provide a sufficient amount of court space and playing time in our current configuration for this and other activities, making us miss the extra 2 gyms that were part of the initial community center design every single day. In concept, the Visioning 2040 millage would provide for an indoor paddle sport facility, housing 8 dedicated pickleball courts and space for dedicated table tennis play as well. Benefits of the facility include doubling our largest current indoor court space at the community center, which would make this a hub for pickleball, not only in our city, but in the region. The courts would be striped for pickleball only to eliminate confusion we see on current courts that are striped for a multitude of activities. And we would have the ability to support competition levels from the lowest recreation levels to high-level tournament play. Consistent leagues, instructional classes, and drop-in play would be the norm every day. And ancillary spaces would include locker rooms, casual seating and conversation areas, and even a small retail shop. Inevitably, some might ask why a facility like this is necessary to support what may be thought of as just another trend in recreation activities. But I would contend that pickleball is here to stay, is in turn something that we need to be investing in. Now, 60 years into its existence and with participation expected to nearly double again this year from 2023, the sport has taken grip over various demographics. Not only is the sport preferred to others due to it being fairly low impact for an aging population, and as we know from SEMCOG studies, our population is going to continue to age and grow in that 50 and older population over the next 30 years, but it has become so mainstream that the sport has now been integrated into physical education curriculums from elementary to high school. We see intergenerational play happening at the community center every day pickleball is offered, which truly hits our mission of bringing people together for a common purpose, no matter their ability, their age, or their background. Further supporting the popularity and solidification as a mainstream sport, pickleball competitions can often be viewed on ESPN. Target now has a section of their store dedicated to pickleball apparel. And athletic shoe companies have started to design and sell footwear made specifically for pickleball play. And I would say if Target now carves out a spot in their store, this is something that we should be investing in. In closing on this section, the prospect of having a dedicated indoor facility for paddle sports provides a great opportunity for us to determine the best way to offer the highest level of service to our residents. Not only would this be a one-of-a-kind facility from a municipal standpoint, I truly don't know of any others that are doing this, the opportunity for a public-private partnership also exists. And the best model for success would be heavily evaluated prior to design and any construction activity.
And Mayor, we want to take a couple minutes now and talk about two significant park developments, both of which we've talked about publicly at strategic planning and during the budget hearing process and so on. The first is Rotary/Belvedere Park development over at Utica and Hayes Road. As City Council know, and some of you brought this up, this is a gateway to our community. It's probably not the most aesthetically pleasing gateway to our community, but with this proposal, this will also be transformative. We've talked about the need to acquire property in this area. City Council's already given us some authority to do that. We've already made some progress. And when you see this part of the discussion, you'll realize how important this particular area is to the city's historical significance. So Kyle's going to continue to elaborate some, but also our library director, Tammy Turgeon, is going to talk about the Belvedere Park component.
Thank you again, Mark. The second area for me to highlight this evening, as mentioned, is the reimagining of two parks in our city. We'll start with Rotary Park first. The chance to imagine Rotary Park at our eastern border is something, as mentioned, that is of high interest to us because this is an area that we have a lot of traffic coming into Sterling Heights. And while I do have a soft spot in my heart for Rotary Park, because I think it's a fun little park, there's so much more potential. It's just a fraction of the actual park acreage is currently being utilized. The existing configuration is 17.7 acres, and that is prior to our most recent acquisition of 3 parcels west of the canoe and kayak operation, and before the expected acquisition of the property currently occupied by Clinton River Canoe and Kayak, which we have been approved by the state for a grant to purchase. Once all of the acquisitions are in place, the collective 23-plus acres of land will become an exceptional blank slate for a transformative park development project for area residents to enjoy. Considering the fact that the 2 closest city-owned parks are Kenneth Wolf Park and undeveloped Meadowview Park, this section of the city is prime for a park with various recreational amenities of higher levels for people to enjoy. On the screen before you today is a conceptual plan that was derived to encompass the existing and new park configuration located along Utica Road. This plan has taken into consideration the need to bolster the amount of certain recreational amenities to meet community demand, takes into account the proximity to the Clinton River, and takes into account the desire to have an updated canoe and kayak operation. As you can see in the plan, the reimagined Rotary Park would include 2 full-size soccer fields, 1 basketball court, expanded parking areas, picnic pavilions, an internal path loop, play area, restroom facilities, and even a canoe and kayak rental facility, much more structured than the one that is currently there right now. Undoubtedly, the list that I just noted would make for a greatly expanded pride point for our community if we just did that. And it would add tremendous utility to our park system. But the conceptual plan goes a step further, creating a connection path and boardwalk to a very important part of our city's heritage, Belvedere Park. Belvedere Park was a privately owned park in the Prohibition era, where residents from Detroit and inner-ring cities traveled up north to Sterling Heights for their recreation. Belvedere Park was home to a casino, dance hall, concession stand, outdoor amphitheater, beach, and swimming area even. Given the location of Belvedere Park along the Clinton River and its floodway, the architectural design of these facilities were built on raised platforms to withstand the flooding events commonly found along the river. To this day, remains of these once vibrant facilities can be seen by trudging through overgrown brush, grass, and wooded land, but this treasure is only available to the few that know of its existence and are willing to trek through difficult terrain. In concept, Divisioning 2040 millage would effectively provide the city with the resources to reconstruct Rotary Park and pay homage to the city's history by creating access to Belvedere Park and preserving the historical remnants still standing today. This development would be like none other in our city, providing active recreation opportunities in a more traditional sense, such as basketball and soccer, incorporating an established hub for canoeing and kayaking on the most family-friendly stretch of the Clinton River, likely through a public-private partnership, and opening the door to a somewhat forgotten time period with interpretive signage at the north end of the park through a universally accessible pathway and boardwalk system. It has been said, horse and lore, that you can still hear the faint sounds of music from the dance hall and laughter and excitement from families enjoying the park on a quiet day. And bringing people to this serene location will provide a unique opportunity to appreciate nature and connect with our heritage. Parks, as we know, are part of the fabric of other city department services as well, and the Historical Commission is set to play a major role in the development and programming at this site. To share more about those opportunities, I would like to turn the microphone over to our Library Director, Tammy Turgeon.
Thank you, Kyle. As the staff liaison to the Historical Commission, I wanted to reiterate the Commission's mission, which is to foster an understanding and appreciation of local history and to identify the heritage of our city. The addition of a physical connection to the history of this site is significant in telling the City of Sterling Heights history story. As Kyle mentioned, Belvedere Park was one of many parks that were located along the Clinton River. This park was owned by Edward Ochilski and opened in the early 1920s and was dismantled in 1941. During its lifespan, many amenities were added to entertain families that came up to Sterling Township from Detroit and other southeast Michigan locations on Sundays during the summer. There's a lot of history at the site, and it would be exciting to bring this area back to life. However, much of this history is unknown to our residents, and the Sterling Heights Historical Commission would embrace the opportunity to educate residents about the site. The pedestrian bridge and walkway to the former site would be built to provide visitors access to the site. The Historical Commission would work to create educational signage that would provide visitors with historical information about the park in its heyday and would use stories and research from books that the library currently has in its reference collection, as well as photos from the library's digital media archive, to inform residents of all ages of the area's use before the City of Sterling Heights even existed. The Historical Commission would also be interested in conducting tours at the site, similar to what occurs now with the tours of the Upton House and previously with their cemetery tours and city bus history tours. There are more than 1,700 historical markers throughout the state of Michigan, and we currently have 2 of them in our city, the Upton House and Holcomb Beach. Each marker reflects an important story of a place, an event, or a person. These markers powerfully show the importance of community places and its heritage, and they serve as a signpost of historical significance. The Historical Commission would take the lead on applying for a state historical marker for this site as well. This would involve working with the Michigan Historical Commission and staff at the Michigan History Center, who will apply rigorous scholarship and research to ensure that the marker best represents the story it needs to tell. If approved, and after installation, a marker dedication ceremony would be held to commemorate and celebrate this lasting resource for tourism, education, and community heritage. As U.S. historian Henry Glassy is quoted as saying, "History is not the past, but a map of the past, drawn from a particular point of view to be useful to the modern traveler." I'd now like to turn the presentation back over to Kyle Langlois to present the proposed Red Run Park development.
Thank you, Tammy. In addition to the exciting prospect of developing Rotary Park and Belvedere Park at our eastern border, equally exciting is the opportunity to bring Red Run Park to life in the southeast quadrant of our city. At our annual strategic planning session just a few months ago in January, I presented a plan showcasing the first ever development of Red Run Park at the southern border of the city. Situated on the south side of Baumgartner Park and across the Red Run Drain, this currently undeveloped 15-acre park is ready to be developed to the scope previously presented as both a flagship park in that section of the city, but also as a connection point for the final section of the Iron Belt Trail in Sterling Heights. In addition to the Iron Belt Trail section running along the Red Run Drain from 14 to 15 Mile, connected by a proposed bridge, Red Run Park's preliminary design also includes a southern dog park, 6 outdoor pickleball courts with lights, an internal trail loop, play equipment, scenic outlook and observation deck over the Red Run Drain, and a restroom facility. The southern dog park would be a second available park for existing and future dog park pass holders, and the outdoor pickleball courts would not only be the city's largest outdoor pickleball facility, but the only courts with lights and the only courts in the southeast quadrant, as presented at strategic planning. Considering the fact that outdoor play is enjoyed during many months in the spring, summer, and fall, weather permitting, this facility will take strain off other neighborhood parks with the ability to draw larger crowds and help minimize congestion at the smaller parks, which is a complaint we often hear from residents adjacent to these courts. In all, the development plan was presented as a 3-phase approach to finish all facets of the proposed site plan due to a need to secure funding. With positive feedback coming from residents and city council at strategic planning, city administration has been working to find the necessary funding for this project. To date, a total of $2 million has been allocated to this project by way of ARPA funds and support from State Representative Nate Shannon through a State of Michigan grant. With this partial funding in place, work is scheduled to begin at the site this summer with engineering and design services, as well as some development of amenities within the park. We need to make sure, because both of the funding sources we have in place now do have time restrictions on them, we need to make sure that we get the process started and get some shovels in ground. However, with an estimated $4.5 million plus in unfunded project costs, the administration has been moving forward with additional grant requests to help fund remaining pieces of the project, such as the Iron Belt Trail sections and the drain crossing. But an expected gap still exists, even if we get all the grants that we have applied for. And quite frankly, the longer the project extends, the more likely a larger funding gap will exist when factoring rising costs due to inflation. Conceptually, the Visioning 2040 millage would allow the city to fully move forward with the development of Red Run Park and the Iron Belt Trail section without having to wait for completion over a period of 3 to 5 more years and maybe even longer. In the end, this expedited opportunity will allow our residents to gain access to amenities unlike those anywhere else in the city and experience the enhanced quality of life in short order. This plan will ultimately save tax dollars by seeing the project through to completion at current pricing instead of inflated future pricing. And available funds can also be used to try and leverage grants that may have a quicker turnaround period. This will also ensure that the park construction does not get started and then halted in the event remaining funds required cannot be achieved in a timely fashion. As we wrap up conversation on Red Run Park today, this plan development provides another opportunity for interdepartmental collaboration and greater service to our residents. Once again, Tammy Turgeon has information about how the library will play a role in this development.
Thanks again, Kyle.
You want me to?
Sure.
Okay.
The City of Sterling Heights is innovating living, and the Sterling Heights Public Library is a part of that innovation. From our newest additions of our makerspace, our home delivery service, and our outdoor musical instruments, the library is providing experiences that are serving our residents in fun and unique ways. The addition of a 24/7 satellite library at Red Run Park is an example of how libraries are evolving to meet the needs of our residents where they are. The Sterling Heights Public Library has the largest service population in the state, without at least one branch, and in an era of drive-thrus and ATMs, providing 24/7 access to library services keeps the library relevant and top of mind in our community. This amenity will provide residents with many of the library's services at a minimal cost compared to constructing a physical library building. This addition to the library's services meets two of the guiding principles for Vision 2040 that Mark Vanderpool mentioned earlier: enriched living and connected. The library's strategic plan includes an emphasis on outreach. Hosting a library card sign-up event, a story time, or a book group at Red Run Park would be a natural connection to the library for residents in the southern area of our city. The 24/7 library will make it easier for individuals and families who might otherwise have difficulty getting to our full-service library building. We want the library to be convenient and offer services where people live, work, and play, so that our busy residents are able to enjoy the library and its services. This satellite library can also serve as a test model for a possible library branch at the Lakeside development in the future. One of the library's primary functions is to provide access to information. The 24/7 library will provide access to 235 materials where residents can borrow and also return them, place and pick up materials on hold, download ebooks and digital audiobooks, browse the library's catalog, and access information about library programs. Free Wi-Fi access will also be available through the 24/7 library that can be used by students doing homework in the park or a resident that is using one of the other amenities in the park so that they can stay connected. In addition, residents will be able to access the city's website. This will serve as an extension of City Hall by providing information to residents at a convenient location where they are spending their time. I'm excited about the possibility of making this service point a reality for our residents. And I'd now like to return the presentation back to Mr. Vanderpool.
I just want to conclude on that point too. When you think of that area of the city, there are thousands of rooftops, lots of residents that would have access to this undeveloped park, and then also Baumgartner Park with the pedestrian bridge crossing as well. So we're shifting our attention now to two remaining initiatives under this proposal. I mentioned reforestation. Our city planner, Alexis Richards, will now talk about the reforestation element of this proposal. It's significant, it's needed, and it's certainly the right thing to do.
Yes, good evening, City Council. So as Mr. Vanderpool just stated, I'm here tonight to discuss the reforestation component of the potential ballot proposal. I'd like to begin my section by considering the I'd like to begin my section by considering the numerous benefits that street trees provide to our community. Street trees reduce heating and cooling energy costs, they increase property values, they improve neighborhood property values, they reduce the urban heat island effect, and they slow neighborhood traffic. Further, our current street trees provide environmental benefits that can be monetarily quantified, such as carbon dioxide uptake, stormwater mitigation, and air pollution removal. Over the next 15 years, our current street trees, not accounting for the trees that we intend to plant, will provide an estimated benefit of approximately $2.8 million. With the addition of our goal of 15,000 new trees, the estimated benefits increased by approximately $1.44 million over the 15-year period, equating to a total of $4.24 million in benefits provided by the city's street trees. Now that we have an understanding of the numerous benefits trees provide to our daily lives, I would like to take a moment to evaluate where we currently stand in regard to our urban forest. In 2023, the city partnered with Davie Resource Group to conduct a survey of all street trees as well as park trees, excluding our heavily wooded areas. In total, approximately 34,809 trees were identified. Through this process, we were able to gain several insightful data points. First, our tree stock is primarily comprised of young to established trees, with mature trees accounting for less than 7% of the population inventoried. It is recommended that 70% of an urban forest be comprised of young to established trees, and the remaining 30% be maturing and mature trees. Our lack of mature street trees is due in part to the emerald ash borer, resulting in the removal of approximately 12,000 street trees in the early 2000s. With continued tree planting and high-quality maintenance of the city's young and established trees, we can help achieve the recommended diversity of age class distribution. Next, the species diversity is fairly low, with 42% of the trees being genus Acer, or maples, and as we continue to reforest the city, It is incredibly important that we are intentional in the species of trees that we are selecting to plant. Maples have been the common choice for landscaping trees as they grow fairly quickly, are hardy, and are beautiful trees. And while all of this is true, it is not healthy nor sustainable for a population to be made predominantly of the same species. If a new disease or pest that specifically targeted maples were to make its way to Sterling Heights, we would be at a great risk of losing a large proportion of our street trees. Further, as we select trees, we need to ensure that they are primarily native to support biodiversity and a range of native species. Through the survey, it was determined that approximately 14,917, or 36%, over a quarter, slightly less than half of our residential properties do not have a street tree. As the city continues its journey of reforestation, a particular focus will be on residential areas to ensure that residents are able to begin benefiting from trees sooner rather than later. To provide a more detailed overview, I selected a section of the city to highlight our street trees. Located in the southeast quadrant of the city in Section 26, 755, or 62% of residential properties do not have a street tree. So over half of residents in this area do not have a street tree. We'll come back to this section in a moment, so just keep that number in mind. The image you see here is of the city's canopy coverage from Google's Environmental Insights tool. The last canopy survey was conducted in 2019 through Green Macomb and determined that we had a coverage of 19%. Our ultimate goal is to get to 40% through long-term sustained tree planting efforts. As Google breaks down their map by census tract, I selected a tract in the southeast of the city located within Section 26. This census tract has a 15% canopy compared to the overall average of 19% in the city. I highlight this because it demonstrates one way the city can prioritize planting locations, taking into account areas that are currently at a greater deficiency than others. Heat islands are urbanized areas that experience higher temperatures than outlying areas. Structures such as buildings, roads, and other infrastructure absorb and then re-emit the sun's heat more than natural features such as trees. Areas of the city that have poor tree canopy coverage experience increased land surface temperatures. This means that folks have to pay more to cool their homes and have an increased likelihood for heat-related illnesses. As the climate continues to warm, the importance of shade will only increase, highlighting the urgency of getting trees in the ground now so that we may begin mitigating the high surface temperatures that we are already experiencing. Now that we're kind of familiar with the current landscape of street trees in Sterling Heights, I want to loop back to our goal of planting 15,000 new street trees. As I mentioned before, the trees selected will need to be primarily native and biodiverse to support a healthy urban forest. Further, we need to account for the changing climate as we select species. As the climate changes, trees that would ordinarily be suited to our environment are no longer able to thrive, meaning that we need to choose species that are resilient to change. Given our goal to reforest our neighborhoods, I wanted to provide you with a visual. On the upper left of the screen, we have a street located within the southeast quadrant of the city, located in Section 26. As you can see, there's ample space. This portion of the street has ample space for more trees. The photo on the bottom right shows what a street with a robust street tree canopy looks like. As you can see from the two photos, the drastic difference trees can make. I would like to end with an anonymous quote for us all to ruminate on, and it is, "A society grows great when old men plant trees in whose shade they will never sit." And with that, I thank you for your time, and I will pass it back to Mr. Vanderpool.
And just a concluding comment on that topic as well. We know that tree-lined streets also provide traffic calming. Empirical data shows that traffic goes slower when there's trees along neighborhood streets. It goes faster when there's not. Most importantly, tree-lined streets increase property values significantly. So those are two, and there's a lot of data that supports that. So reforestation is a really important initiative of this proposal as well. Now, I want to spend just a couple minutes talking about our last item, and then we will get into the financial component of this. So, open space preservation is the final major initiative that would be covered by this proposal. And you see before you a piece of property that came before the city council for development. The proposal ultimately was not approved, but there'll be another proposal for this property. Maybe a similar proposal for high-density residential in this case. This is along a major roadway in our city. Could be a proposal for office space in the future. It could be a proposal for commercial in the future, depending on trends 5, 10 years down the road. We don't have the ability right now to purchase this property. We don't have a land bank. Many cities do have a land bank, and they have funding for their land bank. So when opportunities arise to preserve open space, they're able to acquire it in a thoughtful, strategic, meaningful way. That if we had a funded land bank, that could be an option for the mayor and city council to consider and preserve property like this forevermore as open space. It could be left alone as open space, could be a microforest, or it could be a passive park area that neighborhoods use to congregate and socialize. This is what we're trying to avoid with open space preservation. Thankfully, this image is not from our city, but it could happen in our city. We have many, many commercial areas. We have, in some cases, through grants and other means, acquired property, commercial property. One in particular at the corner of Van Dyke and Utica used to be a very dilapidated gas station. The city acquired that property, and it's now a passive park. We're able to do that sort of thing in a more meaningful way with a funded land bank. We're able to create these sorts of opportunity with land preservation instead of development, be it multifamily, commercial, office, or the like. So the question is, what's more desirable when you look at these images and you think about land banking and open space preservation? What's more desirable, this or this? These are two images of property in Sterling Heights that are privately owned and can easily be developed for residential or potentially commercial. This is what we hear from the community, is we need to preserve open space. But if we don't have the funding to do it and the ability to acquire property, these sites will be developed. It's a foregone conclusion. It will happen. So this proposal provides open space preservation through creation of a land bank that is funded, providing millions of dollars over time to acquire parcels like this all across our city. It's an important part of our Visioning 2040 plan. So those are the 5 areas that this proposal covers. We'd now like to take a couple of minutes and talk about the financial component of the proposal before the City Council this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. So the proposal that's included in your packet, if you choose to take it to the ballot, would be a proposed millage rate of 0.95 for 15 years. In the first year, it would raise about $5.3 million, assuming a conservative 2% taxable value growth rate. The average annual collections would be about $6.1 million or $92 million over the 15-year period. So the way we would break down the funding is we would have some projects that we would issue approximately a $24 million bond. The larger projects that we would want to get done in the first few years, which would include the Nature Preserve Trail, the pickleball complex, the Belvedere Park development with the canoe kayak livery, the Red Run Park, the remaining funding. And so those projects approximately would be about $24 million, issuing a 15-year bond at, again, a conservative higher interest rate these days of 5%. It's about a $2.4 million payment. And then the remaining annual funding would fund the annual operations for things like reforestation, sidewalk repairs and gaps, other trail development, and putting aside money in a land bank for open space preservation. So I just recalculated, these are charts you've seen many, many times in the budget book. So I recalculated a few of them, assuming that the millage would go to the ballot and pass. So you can see in the first chart comparing our millage rate to other Macomb cities, we would still be in one of the lowest millage rates, with really only Richmond and New Baltimore that would be lower millage rates than us, which is the same position that we're in now. And again, this is comparing to 23 tax rates. And then as far as the tax revenue per resident of our comparable communities, we would still be the lowest among our 10 comparable communities. And I also recalculated our legal debt margin. If you remember, I'm sure you don't remember, but we were, prior to this, we were at about 23% of the amount we are legally allowed to borrow. And this would, this bond would bring us up to only 26.5, still significantly low, below our legal limit, and still hovering right around a quarter of our legal borrowing limit. And well within the amount that we would continue to keep our very good AA credit rating. In fact, on our most recent review by S&P Global, they commented on our low debt load, and that was one of the reasons that, you know, they were able to affirm our credit rating. So I'm not concerned at all that this borrowing would affect that at all. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Vanderpool.
And Mayor, in conclusion, in order to levy the special dedicated millages proposed and just referenced by Ms. Varney, an amendment to the city charter must be approved by the electorate. This gives city residents direct input into the Visioning 2040 projects being proposed and the ultimate say on the type of community Sterling Heights will be moving forward, headed toward 2040. The charter amendment process is governed by the provisions of the Michigan Home Rule City Act. The first step in this process is the adoption of the resolution that's before you this evening. And I will say, as part of our due diligence, thanks to the good work of our city attorney and our legal team, they've had some preliminary review with the Attorney General's office, who has to approve the ballot question. And the ballot question before you this evening has been favorably reviewed by the AG. So we expect the process, if you do approve the proposal this evening, to go very smoothly at the state level. So on behalf of our administrative team this evening, I respectfully request the mayor and city council approve the resolution before you this evening centered on Visioning 2040. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. And thank you to Mr. Langlois, Ms. Turgeon, Ms. Varney, Ms. Richards, for your presentations as well. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Mr. Nelson.
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel Drive, Sterling Heights. Are you guys nuts? This is crazy. Out of an hour and 15 minutes, I not one time heard the word cut. Every year we hear we're going to spend this money and spend that money. Not one time in your presentation or anybody else's presentation did I hear the word cut. The people are not made out of money that live in Sterling Heights. What are we going to call this? What are we going to call this new, because we're going to go down our list, and right now we have Parks and Rec, which is our old, let's see, we could still have 12 years, I believe, on the last Parks and Rec. 12 years on that one, 15 years on this one. This is up a little bit higher, 0.95 versus 0.93. This is craziness.
This is really, we can't wait in Sterling Heights until we have the money to do any of this. Now, the fact that you want it on the ballot, I am all in favor of putting it on the ballot and let the people decide. But you're going to have a big fight on your hands. The other thing that I want to know is I want to know what the marketing budget is going to be for this ballot proposal. Because like the last Parks and Rec, you guys spent millions of dollars in advertising to get that passed. And I want to know what the budget will be for marketing this abomination. There's nothing I can say tonight that's going to change it, but I am going to lead the fight against this tax increase. This is craziness. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anybody else under this item? Mr. Matthews?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm John Matthews. I live just on the east side of DeQuinder, and I live not that far from James Nelson Park. I saw deer there about a week and a half ago. Now, I'm a Sterling Heights resident. I have been since 2017 when I bought my house. I also happen to be a musician in the Warren Concert Band. I'm a teacher in Troy, which is why I have my various Troy gear on today. I'm also a member of our Troy Union, the Troy Education Association. Now, it's not free to be a member of the association. It costs me over $1,000 of my post-tax money each year, but I choose to pay it because I get value for my membership. We advocate for sensible class sizes, safe schools, and equitable contracts. And time after time, our members choose to stay. We have about 90% membership, over 800 members in the union. And I bring this up, even though it's an adjacent community, because I could just choose not to be. And Troy residents could have just chosen not to pass their $555 million millage for the schools recently. In Macomb County, residents recently passed an enhancement millage also for the schools here. And I've seen the results of that millage. I see the ones in Troy every day because I work there, but in the Warren Concert Band, we use the auditorium, and it's been revamped, and it looks wonderful, in part because the residents had input, and they saw the value in investing money in their community. Now, the decision before us tonight isn't to make the decision for the residents, it's to give the residents the power to make the decision to enact this expenditure. I personally feel there's a lot of very worthy items in this proposal. The park at the end of my street was a big selling point. That's actually one of the things that moved me off the fence and had me buy my house in 2017. I think it would be wonderful if we had those parks nearby other establishments. We've already heard earlier tonight when we were talking about the apartment complex that it would be wonderful if residents had a nearby park. Because it's at the southern end of the city, we need to question whether, a park was in Warren or not, but it would be wonderful to have all these amenities in Sterling Heights. Items in this proposal, if we could afford them, allow us as a city to have control over those amenities for our residents and allow us not to be a bare bones city, not that I'm saying we are right now, but really to enhance the amenities that we have here and give our residents more joy out of living here. We don't want to just be a place where you can exist. We want it to be a place you can thrive, or at least that's what I want. Tonight, I'm simply asking that you consider giving the residents of the city the opportunity to decide what they want and how they would like their money to be spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Anyone else? Mr. Inks?
Nathan Inks, Sterling Heights resident. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to you, City Council, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Koszubski, and City Administration. I strongly support putting this proposal on the ballot, and I am confident that if you choose to put it on the ballot, that my fellow residents would overwhelmingly vote in favor of it. And I want to give just a few reasons why I would support the proposal. First, I'm very excited to see that open space preservation is one of the components of the proposal. On the Planning Commission, when we get developments coming before us, one of the comments that we frequently get from residents is, why can't the city just leave the property as it is? Why can't we just have open space and trees? And unfortunately, if you're the residents opposed to a developer, or fortunately, if you're the developer, the city doesn't have the ability to just tell somebody, no, you can't do anything with your property. So open space preservation would allow the city to strategically acquire parcels so that we can preserve these spaces that residents want to preserve. You know, Sterling Heights already has a phenomenal park system, but we could do better. We could provide a lot more access to parks, and allowing the city to acquire strategic parcels would enable the city to do that. I also think we can take advantage of some of the properties that the city already has, and the nature preserve is an ideal candidate for that. I have a coworker who I carpool with to Lansing who lives in the northwest portion of the city. And every time we drive on Dobry, he asks me, when is the city going to put in a pathway to allow people to access the nature preserve? And, you know, I understand that we want to be careful and we don't want to commercialize or develop the nature preserve, but the city can be very strategic in allowing people to have access to that while still maintaining the features there. I also want to talk about trees, and I could go on for many minutes, and Ms. Richards did a phenomenal job of explaining why trees are beneficial to the city, particularly street trees. Again, you know, the city only has limited options in where we can plant trees. We can't force people to plant trees on their property, but the city can take advantage of the areas that it has control over, and that's the right-of-ways. A mature tree can absorb gallons of water a day. As a meteorologist and somebody who moved from Wayne County, I've seen the significant impacts that heavy rainfall events have on municipalities that haven't prepared for them. We've been fortunate so far, but as heavy rainfall events continue to increase, if we're not planting more, eventually those heavy rainfall events are going to overwhelm the infrastructure. You know, the other option would be significantly improve the infrastructure, and eventually that may have to happen. But one way that we can avoid the stress on our stormwater infrastructure is simply by planting street trees. You know, but there are other benefits from street trees that we could see every day, not just when a significant weather event comes through. As Ms. Richards said, you know, street trees are traffic calming. They can provide cooling effects. Again, as the region continues to increase in temperature, having additional trees in our residential areas is going to have a financial benefit for people. These are tangible benefits that over time people are going to see. So those are just a few of the many reasons that I will be supporting this if you put it on the ballot, and I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ings. Anyone else? If not, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolved to adopt a resolution placing on the ballot for the November 5th, 2024 election, an amendment to the city charter for the purpose of authorizing the levy of .95 mils for 15 years as a special dedicated millage to construct and maintain trailways and walkways, acquire and conserve open space, reforest the community, and enhance the Clinton River and public parks with recreational improvements for the benefit of the city and its residents.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm very proud to make this motion because I think that the 2040 visioning process was a culmination of a lot of things that we've talked about up here. And I appreciate what Mr. Matthews said. We're not making a decision for the residents. They're going to make it for themselves. But you know what? I think we've built up some equity. I would ask the residents to trust us because when they've trusted us with safe streets, we provided safe streets. We have one of the best police and fire departments in the state, and the best, I'm not going to have Henry correct me, best police and fire departments in the state. And we've also been rebuilding neighborhood roads. We asked them, I wasn't here yet, I was in the audience, but we asked the residents to trust us with recreating recreation. And that passed by a few hundred votes. Now, if we had the vote today, it would pass by thousands of votes because the residents see what we've done for them. I drove past Dodge Park today, like Mr. Vanderpool did, and there were thousands of residents out there enjoying the park, enjoying the splash pad, walking in the community, biking, playing mini soccer, playing volleyball. All of this was made possible by the residents, not by the council, by the residents. And it's provided tremendous value to our community. We came in second place because it was rigged at the MML for our park improvements, but we know that they really launched our community. Right, Barb? It was rigged.
She wasn't in charge then.
Yeah.
I wasn't in charge, they didn't let me stuff the ballot box.
Yeah. Rochester Hills. But it really provided, I think, a shot in the arm of Sterling Heights. Because I meet residents every day, honest to God, every day when we go out in the community who say, I moved here because of the parks. Or I'm from Clinton Township, but I use your splash pad. Or I've come to your skate park, something that I was personally against when I was in the audience, that I know is busy every single day when I drive by. The residents should trust us because this process has been bottom-up driven, and it's asked about all the things we care about. And there's so many good things here, and I'm not going to quibble about some things that I like more than others, but just a few of the things. You've heard me pound the table about sidewalk gaps. I know Mrs. Koski is there with me. Sidewalk gaps, and also sidewalk repair. When I was first elected, we had a 92-year-old woman send us an email saying she was charged $9,000 for sidewalk repair in her neighborhood, and that she just wasn't going to be able to pay it. And that's what we do to our residents. To fix sidewalk, which is for everyone, we charge individual homeowners. And it's a crapshoot. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. But the problem is the longest-term residents of our city are the ones who end up paying. My father's an example of that. He's paid the special assessments twice. I lived for 27 years now. 27 years we've lived in Sterling Heights. Neighbors on both sides of us moved in and out in the interim. They never paid one assessment. Why are the seniors on fixed income, the longest-term residents of our city, having to bear the costs for everyone else? And much like the refuse tax, when we make it a tax instead of an assessment, businesses pay, Stellantis pays, Ford pays. And it enables us to both fix our sidewalks better and faster, and we don't got to fight with residents about paying, because it's no fun to get a bill. Now we've capped it at $3,000, but if I got a bill for $3,000 in the mail tomorrow, I would lose my mind, because it's not budgeted, it's not scheduled, it's not fair. This is fair. On top of that, 36% of our homes don't have a street tree in front of them. That's just the homes. And we can do more. That should be the minimum. Retreeing the neighborhoods. Because of Emerald Ash Borer, I remember they took out multiple trees in front of my house. But more than that, I say, what kind of community do you want to live in? You want to live in one that's hot, that has no trees, that has no sidewalks, that things are falling apart, things are being broken down? Or do you want pathways and trails, ways to connect with your neighbors, ways to connect with the community at large? I know when I go walking, which I do, is 5 blocks from my condo to my dad's house, it's about, I want to walk on the side of the street that has the trees. And we know they provide value. You can ask any real estate agent in the county. They'll tell you a tree-lined street adds thousands of dollars to the price of your home when you go to sell. I hope you don't sell. Hope you stay here for the duration. But if you are going to sell, let's get top dollar. More than that, they suck up water. They slow traffic. The number one complaint I know that the council and I receive is speeding on neighborhood streets. Street trees aren't going to solve the problem, but they're going to help, along with the traffic study and other things we're doing to try to slow traffic in our community. So trees and sidewalk are the most important parts, but we got a lot more coming. We have the nature pathway. We have the 12 miles of trail we're putting in from 14 Mile to M59, from Hayes to DeQuinder. This city will be able to be connected completely in a non-motorized fashion. It's going to be tremendous. You know, in November, with Mr. Vanderpool and some members of council, I had the opportunity to attend the National League of Cities Conference. And one thing we did when we were in Atlanta, at least I did, was I visited the Atlanta Beltline. It's a trail that completely encircles Atlanta. It was formerly a streetcar route that had been abandoned. And the amount of development that's coming off that trail is tremendous. People want to live there. They want to walk there. They want to bike there. Businesses want to locate there because it brings people out of their homes to meet their neighbors. Tremendous mixed-use projects are happening there. But more than that, people are getting out of their homes. They don't have to drive. They can exercise. They can view their community in a different way. It was tremendous. They have a nonprofit that runs it, much like the Riverfront Conservancy in downtown Detroit. But they argue that it's added millions of dollars of value because the most popular homes are adjacent to that belt line. And businesses now are locating next to the belt line. We can do that right here in Sterling Heights. One of my biggest frustrations, I hear it all the time. People say, I went to Atlanta, or I went to San Marco Island, or I went to some other place, and I parked my car, and I walked down the sidewalks, and I went here and I went there, and it was wonderful. And they say, but we couldn't do it here. Why can't we? Why can't we make our community more walkable? We're not going to change the character of the community by allowing people the option to walk. But we can do it here. We can make our community the community we want. So I am strongly in favor of that. I mean, Belvedere Park or Rotary Park expansion, whatever you want to call it, that's a tremendous natural resource that we can't even get in right now. And I've heard the complaints about the current canoe livery. It has nothing to do with the city. And it's a tremendous gateway to our city. I was talking some time ago with Michael Lombardini, who used to sit in the audience here before he left us and moved to Shelby Township. But he believes that he's found in the area of Rotary Park the first African-American resident of then Sterling Township who cast a ballot in that area. So on top of the wonderful presentation by Library Director Turgeon, I think we should have historical markers talking about that. The first African-American to cast a ballot in Sterling Heights. Because, there's this history that, people aren't welcome here. And from the beginning, they've been here. They've been welcome here, and we should talk more about that. But just adding the amenities to that corner of the city, I think would just make that area so vibrant. Because let's be honest, when you come in right now, Rotary Park is so small you could miss it. And it's not a very developed area. I mean, the other new park, Moravian Park, that is going to be a tremendous asset on land that we already own. That's just been sitting fallow for years because we didn't have the resources to activate the parks. And I know when I've gone around with the parks we have now, some of the residents go, well, why wasn't my park more activated? Why wasn't my park redone? Because the funds for recreating recreation were limited. And we had to make strategic decisions throughout the city. This proposal will help rectify some of that. It'll give us the ability to restore and build Red Run Park, Moravian Park. And let's be honest, I grew up in the southeast quadrant of the city where we don't have a park. We're going to give the residents what they've demanded for years, a park. The pickleball courts, I mean, that's tremendous. It's busy. I mean, I get asked about pickleball a lot. I'm sure Kyle gets asked about it all the time. I've always wanted a public pool, and that's not in this proposal. We're trying to be smart with the people's money. Now, I've been asked for a pool before. I know I have, by hundreds of residents. At the same time, we are trying to be smart. And I think this proposal is the best. And then the ability to get a trail through the nature preserve. We know wherever we put a trail, home prices rise. I think a lot about the trail we put in from Delia Park to Beaumont. And the people who lined this room, who yelled at us, this will never work, it's going to be terrible, it's going to harm my property values, there's going to be criminals or whatever. Two of them came back just recently when we were doing the drain trail, and they said, you know what? We were wrong. The people I see using the trail are my neighbors. I use it. It's a tremendous amenity. So again, I ask the residents to trust us, to give us the ability to really build our community for the future. So I think we're already a tremendous community, but we're on the cusp of something even greater. So I'm proud to support this. Oh, sorry, I forgot one more thing. The open space preservation. Like Mr. Inks said, I hear it all the time. Why are you letting a builder do this? Why are they building on this lot? Because the city doesn't own it. And we've thought about creating a land bank, but we don't have the funding. And we're not gonna buy every lot. Let's be frank and honest here, okay? Not every lot rates preservation. But there are some that are heavily treed, that have not amenities, but have the ability to be a gathering place or a pocket park or a microforest. And we should be targeting those areas to give residents more amenities in their neighborhoods while also stopping the perpetual creep of commercialization, of high rises, not high rises, but like high density residential. Because I feel that too. You want to feel like you still have the community you came to, you bought into. And this would give us the ability to do that. So I'm proud to support this proposal. I think it's going to be a tremendous proposal. I think it's going to pass exponentially. I think if you did recreation right now, it would pass high. We saw it with Safe Streets. When we renewed it, the residents backed us. They see they're getting value. This council, I think Mrs. Schmidt in a call the other day said, our council is stable because the residents trust us. They believe in what we're doing, that we're providing the services and values that they believe in. And I would ask the residents to trust us one more time and support this proposal to make Sterling Heights even better. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. I believe Ms. Zarko supported the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I won't be as lengthy.
We're both, I apologize.
You know, when I traveled for MML, and when they actually took me to the National League of Cities my first time, and you exchange ideas about your city, what you've accomplished, what you wish to accomplish. I mean, I could give us a list of more things that I would want to see here, but, you know, it might not be possible. And when you break into small groups and you talk about this with cities throughout the country that are our size, you share ideas. And the first time I went to a National League of Cities meeting, and the one question that kept coming up is, how did you get residents to raise their own taxes? How did you get millages to pass in your community? And I came up with, first, you have to educate your residents about what they'll be getting for their dollar. And two, you have to fulfill your promise. That you have to show them that what they're paying, what you said you were going to buy, you're actually taking care of. So that was really throughout all the travels, that was the one thing that stuck in other people's minds, is because they had tried millages. It wasn't that long ago that there was another community. I was at the, where was I at? NFL draft. And I was talking to a council member that said, oh, we're trying to put a millage together to take care of some of our water problems that we were just talking about, because, you know, their infrastructure is pretty old. And so he wanted to know, what do you do to do this so that it can be successful? And I says, well, the first thing is call the city of Sterling Heights, and we'll sit down and tell you what you have to do in order to get your residents to pass this. So I think I trust our residents to know what kind of city they want to live in. And we say this all the time, is that I'm giving you the opportunity to say whether you want this or whether you don't. But in the meantime, you better believe I'm going to try to educate you the best that I can so that you make an informed decision come November the 5th. And I know that that the city will help us do this. In my head, I'm already thinking, oh, music in the park, we have to have somebody there working with a monitor, and we have to do this, and in my mind, I'm thinking those are opportunities that really don't cost us anything, where we can inform people, we can tell them what's going on. I think some of the improvements that we're doing to our parks and green space is something that will pay benefits not today or tomorrow, but certainly down the road, 20 years, 30 years. We might not see some of the things that we're putting in place. So to me, I see value in this ballot proposal, and certainly will make sure that if it passes, that we are faithful to our promises. So until then, we'll just educate you the best that we can so this does come to fruition. So that's really all I have to say. I just think it's giving you the opportunity to say, this is the kind of city I want to live in. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Anyone else?
Oh, no.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And I'm just going to echo Mrs. Ziarko with a little bit of a caveat. So, yes, this is a proposal that would raise taxes by 0.9 mils, which is, has been said, is going to raise it about $95 per household. So what is $95 a year per household? It's a dinner out. It's a dinner at Andiamo's, Luciano's, for some of us who might be going there. So those of us who may frequent those places, we need to understand that that's for a year. And is that worth it to us for the benefits that we're going to get? I think so. I think that this is jam-packed with benefits for us. And that's what you have to weigh this against. Is it worth it? Is that dollar amount worth it? And in all of these items that this is going to fund, it certainly might not hit everybody's bucket list or tick off your list of things you want to hit, but it certainly does encompass what a city needs to provide to their residents for quality of life. And the one thing that I hear the most of, because my friend complains to me all the time about it, so I hear it from her, is the open space preservation. And we need that, especially from other residents who want to maintain the suburban aspect of our community. And I think, and the only way we can do that is to purchase the land that doesn't belong to us, that belongs to others that we want to maintain. So tree reforestation is extremely important. I literally cried every time a tree was cut down during the emerald ash borer season time. It was horrible. It's just, this is an opportunity to improve our city. But this is something that's very important to me. And I'm against, truly very much against, unless there's nothing else we can do, just across the board raising taxes. I think that's always important for us to get the buy-in by the voters and to give you as residents the opportunity to say yes or no. There's many things that we've talked about, and I've always said, I'll let it go to the voters, absolutely, but I don't think it's for us to always say, we're going to make that decision and then the residents have to live with it. So this is the opportunity for the residents to make the ultimate choice, as Ms. Ziarko said. Choose the city you want to live in. And if you do want a city that doesn't have these amenities, then you're telling us that answer, and fine. But if you do want to live in a city with these amenities, I agree with you. I think that this is a city that we should live in, and that's all I have to say, Mayor Taylor.
All right, thank you very much. Mrs. Sarowski, anyone else? Council? Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. There's some things on this list that I really, really like, and there's some that I think that we should kind of take a second look. The Nature Preserve Trail, of course, everybody knows that the Nature Preserve is my favorite because I was there for the ribbon cutting. We wanted to put up a sign, I've told the story before, trespassers will be eaten. And what we were talking about is the mosquitoes there are the size of $50 or quarters, I'm not sure. And it was, the idea of getting that property was to preserve what Sterling Heights looked like. When we moved here 50-some years ago, we were moving to the sticks. That's what Sterling Heights looked like. And the trails that you're going to find in there are the deer trails, because that's where they go. Or maybe it's my favorite, Liger, walking through there.
The Liger.
So,
The Liger.
so to spend $3 million on it, I can't see it. First of all, we would have to take all the bat houses out of Dodge Park, and I know my friend smiling there isn't happy with that idea, and put them up there to cure the mosquitoes. If you want a trail, put it around it. Don't put it through it. And it doesn't take $3 million to do that. The two parks, Red Run, Belvedere, I think are fantastic ideas. I have been a great supporter of Belvedere because that is, again, part of Sterling Heights history. And I would like to see it shared with the residents. So that's $3,700,000 That's good money spent. The pickleball complex, that is $10 million. I would rather see that done as a partnership with somebody. We've talked about getting our business residents involved with the community. I know that there's a couple resident commercial developers out there that would love to work with us on a pickleball complex. Maybe that's something that we can put in one of these vacant parking lots. Rather than an apartment complex, put a pickleball complex in there. And maintenance, we talk about planting trees, we talk about sidewalk gaps. We've been working on sidewalks since, I'm going to say, a good 30 years. We haven't got them done yet, especially the one down the street from me. That's never going to happen. But anyway, that's something that we have to continue to work on. As a millage, we now have a refuge account because we pay our refuge on our tax bill. It's a millage. Why can't we put our sidewalks in there and maybe a little bit for trees and put it all in one account? Not do it as a separate millage, but just increase the refuge millage a little bit more to cover some sidewalk repair and cover some tree planting. I see this the way it stands as a forever tax. And I think some people know what I'm talking about. But to say 15 years, it's not going to be 15 years because there's such a thing called maintenance. The trees are going to continue to need to be replaced. We're not going to be able to plant all the trees in 1 year or in 15 years that we need. So sidewalks and trees, something that we're going to do forever. I'm going to vote to put this out to the people, but I want you to know that I'm going to campaign a no vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt?
I'll be very brief. First of all, through the chair to Mr. Koszybski, is it legal to take money out of the refuge millage to pay for trees or sidewalks?
Mr. Koszybski?
No, it wouldn't be. That's a dedicated millage for refuse.
Okay. So, I can see both sides of this, and I am a firm believer that this should not be a decision made by 7 people. This should be a decision made by over 100,000 now that are registered voters in our city. So I'm very comfortable putting this on the ballot. I often say my vote up here is a public vote. My vote at the ballot box is a private vote. I encourage people let's educate our voters. And, I think there's some really good things. I live on a corner, so having, the sidewalks covered not by a special assessment, to me, isn't such a bad thing. There's a lot of these park improvements. I am a kayaker, and I have experienced the situation right now, and it can only get better. And I have seen what the city did when they took over other programs that were run not by the city and how it has improved. I think, as far as the pickleball, I guess I need to learn how to play pickleball. Because you can't go anywhere without people talking about pickleball. So that's interesting to me. There's a lot of good things in here. And, as far as the Red Run Park, I think that's a great idea. It's kind of like a dead corner there. And there's a lot of people that live in that area. There's apartments, there's condos, there's homes. And if you have that connectability to Baumgartner, I think that's a great idea as well. The library, making the library more accessible, that I could put a book on hold online and pick it up at Red Run Park. I think it's a great idea, but it's not a decision that I should make for the residents of the city. You okay, Mark? Sorry, I said it was going to be quick. I was too long. So anyways, long story short, I am comfortable letting the registered voters of this city vote with what they're comfortable in voting. And with that, Mayor, I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mr. Enos.
Yep, I'll go last. Well, look at, why should we bat 1,000 on this? First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody. Your presentations were very good, and I do appreciate you staying at this late hour and doing your presentations. Ms. Varney, through the chair to Ms. Varney, just real quick. I'm just, help me out here. So I'm looking at a supporting document with the expenditures on there. And it says the expenditures are 5.5 million, right? Do you know what, do you see what I'm looking at? Okay, all right. And that's for reforestation, sidewalk repair gaps, and open space preservation. That's our annual cost, but that's the first year, right? And because it says can increase in later years as TV taxable value increases. And it also includes the bond debt service.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, did you extrapolate, I guess, what it would be, the 5.5 million the first year, second year would be 5.6 million or whatever? Did you do anything like that? Or what's this going to be at the end of 15 years, I guess is what I'm asking.
It's not up there, but that was in my slide where I had that over 15 years, we'd collect the 92 million.
92 million.
And it was an average of 6.1. I don't have the numbers in front of me of what year 15 is, but over the 15 years, it's an average of $6.1 million a year. So what I was trying to say in that, so again, I estimated the bond payment was 2.5 million, which in the first year then left another 3 million, kind of divided it between how much we might spend on sidewalks, on trees, on open space. And then I was trying to say is the bond payment will stay pretty much fixed. So in year two, if you've got another 100,000, we could, put a little more into trees or a little more into sidewalks. That's what I was trying.
But there will be an increase.
Yeah, I used 2%, which is historically, it has been about, over time, 2%. Obviously, the past 2 years have been higher than that. But yes, as taxable value increases, it will. But however, because of the Headley Amendment, it might not increase as much as you might think, because if we get rollbacks like we have 5 out of the last 6 years, that 0.95 will go down, which is again why I used the 2%, because I thought that was pretty conservative.
Okay.
But the answer is yes, taxable value will go up, probably. I mean, it does go down occasionally too, as we experience.
Very, very, very rarely, but yes, okay. And you said we're well under our limit for bonds, right?
Debt.
So when you, debt, thank you. But even if you add Lakeside in there, down the road, where's Lakeside gonna pile onto that?
I mean, yeah, that would also affect, but again, I won't bring the slide up again, but we're only at 26% of our legal debt limit, so, we're not anywhere near, not that we would ever want to be, but
We're only at 26%.
of what we're allowed our debt to be, our annual debt,
Yes.
what we're allowed to be legally, which is 10% of SEV, we're only at about a quarter of, 23% right now. With this bond, we'd be at about 26%.
And with the Lakeside bond, we'd be at,
It'd be another 45 million, so I would say maybe 30.
okay, that's fair. Thank you for doing that math in your
Yeah,
head.
it
I appreciate that. This is really just a pass-through. This is my objection to this whole thing. We just went through budgeting, right? And I look at this list, and there's nothing on this list I don't like. I break it down into needs and wants. Reforestation is absolutely a need. The trees are the lungs of the planet. Sidewalk apps, if we're going to make our city more walkable or non-motorized, we need to have good sidewalks, not sidewalks that have an 1.5-inch gap with some asphalt packed in there. And I've always been a big proponent of open space preservation. I think that's also very important. Every time we pave over something, that's more water runoff going into our infrastructure systems as opposed to the ground absorbing it. So I've supported all this, and I like all the other stuff. But it seems to me that our job is not just to pass through some proposal, which is, a very nice proposal, or a proposal that offers up some very nice things. And some nice things, frankly, now that seem to be urgent. They weren't urgent a year ago, but now, we got to get it, and we got to do it now. And we know we can't do this next year because next year's an election year, so it's got to happen this year. And it's also presidential election year, so more people come out and vote. I get all the tactics and strategies about that. But I think our job should have been to squeeze every drop out of the lemon, I shouldn't say lemon, every drop of juice out of, we should have squeezed every bit that we could have out of the budget, the taxes that we already collect. So why 0.95? Why not 0.85 or 0.75 or 0.65? But we didn't do that work. We didn't set our priorities. I mean, I can go through the budget right now. I voted yes on the budget, but there are things in the budget I think we could probably do without. We all had to weigh that. So this is my objection to the whole thing, is that we should have prioritized in our regular budget, the money that we collect without a millage for this. We should have prioritized and then came up with a number for what we want. And what are our priorities? Not our wants, but our needs. So having said that, I'm sure, it's going to go on the ballot. I don't disagree that it will pass. I don't disagree that it will pass. But because I think that we really should have done a much better job as council getting that millage rate number down, prioritizing our spending in the regular budget. I'm going to vote no on putting this on the ballot. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. Kyle, I have some questions, if you don't mind. So the first is about the pathways through the nature preserve. As it stands right now, there's really no access to the nature preserve whatsoever. Is that fair, or is there some very limited access?
The existing nature trail runs on, I guess, the western side of the nature preserve.
It's the Delia Park Trail?
That's the nature trail, is the Delia Park Trail. So running from Delia to Beaumont, when you get towards the northern end of that touches the outskirts of the nature preserve. So
Okay. Do you know what the pathways would look like in terms of, if I was looking at it on the map, how many yards or miles of pathway would there be to explore within the nature preserve? Has that been finalized?
I would say it has not been finalized, and I think the devil is in those details as to what ultimately we want to do from a conceptual plan and a final master plan design of that space. So being that we're only running a trail currently on the west side of the nature preserve, we also know we have the Dobry Trail that's coming online here shortly. That'll cover the, I guess, east side of the nature preserve. And so there's sidewalk on DeQuinder, so whether we want to intersect the nature preserve, whether we want to hit something on the south end of the nature preserve, those are all things that still are yet to be determined.
But are we talking about, we're talking about pathways internal to the nature preserve, being in the middle of the nature preserve, being able to fully access and get the feel for what's happening there?
I think that is one of our goals, is to get into the nature preserve. A lot of nature that we would potentially see, utilize interpretive signage for, is going to be along the drain, which is in the middle of the nature preserve. There's going to be less on the outskirts because that's where the homes are. There's going to be a lot more on the inside. So depending on what we ultimately want to see and achieve with nature interpretation and education, that'll determine where our paths go. But by, I would say, conceptual design of what we're proposing today, there would be trails on the interior intersecting the nature preserve.
Okay. In terms of the potential indoor pickleball facility, it looks like, I don't know, I mean, I have questions about the design of this building, but that's long into the future, right? That would probably happen even after it passes, or okay. Well, this is nitpicking, but why ping pong? Why is there ping pong in there?
Fair enough.
Was there other options? I mean, do pickleball players like ping pong?
Surprisingly, we have there's quite a contingent that, depending on, so all of the activities that we run in our buildings, whether it's the senior center or the community center, they're scheduled activities. We don't have enough general spaces that we can just say, this is always going to be pickleball, this is always going to be table tennis, and so, or badminton, or any number of things. And so we see daily that it might be table tennis in the senior center gym from 10 to noon, and then it turns to pickleball afterwards. And people will come and they'll play table tennis, and they'll put down that paddle, and they'll pick up another paddle, and they'll play pickleball. So two like activities. The other part is table tennis is a very space-consuming activity. So to put 6 ping pong tables out encumbers a lot of space. And the more we put those tables up and take them down, we're replacing pretty much a table a year, just based on the wear and tear of putting up and taking down, and they're not inexpensive tables. So moving some of these high capacity activities to a dedicated space really opens the door for us to bring more opportunities for other existing activities into those spaces, and potentially even new activities into those spaces as well. And so, and if you wouldn't mind giving me a second, like we did with recreating recreation, the renderings you see are really conceptual renderings. So until we get into a true design process, we want to be able to provide opportunities for people to be able to touch, feel, and see, and wrap their head around what they might be getting. So the recreating recreation renderings, not one of them actually look like what we ended up building. And that's because, we didn't know where some of the items were even going to be put. Dodge Park wasn't supposed to be torn down to the dirt and rebuilt completely. And so those are things that happened as we got into design and master planning phases. So.
Okay. For Rotary Park, this would be after acquiring Clinton River Canoe and Kayak. And with Clinton River Canoe and Kayak, I know one of the service that they offer is, so I guess let me talk about what would we be doing as a city in terms of canoe and kayak rental building with office and restroom. So I assume it'll be staffed by Parks and Recreation staff or city staff.
That is one potential model. I think this is a great opportunity. There are a number of privately operated canoe and kayak service providers out there that are doing it and doing it well already. This is a prime opportunity for us to continue a public-private partnership, but have a little more of a partnership to see it operate, in a manner that makes more sense at times for the city and the users of those services.
Okay, because I don't know if I've just missed it or if we haven't really talked about it at all, but for that landing to really work, you need to be able to park your car there, get in a bus, go upstream, get out with your kayak, and then go down the river, right? So would that be included as part of whatever we were envisioning here at Rotary Park?
Absolutely. Ultimately, by partnering with a service provider, it gives us the opportunity to, identify what's important to us, having our residents be able to park at that location and potentially still be able to transport them, even if they have a private boat, is something that, is of interest to me. We built the kind of the conveyor system over at Rotary Park to kind of get around the arrangements that are currently in place with the current service provider. So people have that opportunity to park at Rotary Park, but they have to do some shuffling of vehicles and have multiple people to be able to do that. So this ultimately would open the door for if somebody wanted to paddle the river by themselves, they would have a mechanism to be able to do that.
Okay. All right, very good. I think that's all the questions I have for you. I appreciate it. Probably all the questions I have, just some general comments. I'm a big proponent of the reforestation aspect of this proposal. To me, I think it's one of the higher priorities. I like that we have Rotary Park and Red Run Park, which I think would be a great amenity. Those seem to me to be natural continuations of what we did with recreating recreation, along with the pickleball facility. The pathways, I think, would be phenomenal. I think that would be great. I'm curious about the nature preserve myself. The open space, I guess, Mr. Vanderpool, are you aware? The other cities that have these land banks, are they buying property just to leave it as open space? And then, so like with the city owns some property over down on Utica Road, right? It's just there. It doesn't do anything. We don't do anything with it. Residents aren't invited to go use it. Do you envision the land bank being used to just buy and hold, or turn it into something that can be used by the residents, whether it's a park or not?
Thank you, Mayor. More the latter. The idea would be to preserve it as open space and use passively by the community where appropriate. But there are some examples where communities have used land banks for redevelopment purposes too, to underwrite high priority needs in the community. Grand Rapids has acquired property to underwrite pattern book housing, provide incentives to develop more meaningful, smart development as it relates to multifamily in certain areas of their community. So it's kind of a mixed bag. In our case, the vision planned is for open space land preservation.
Okay. Understood. Just some other general comments and things, feedback from what other council members said. I think that it's worth exploring a partnership with a private company or private developer regarding the pickleball facility, but I do think that it would probably be best for our residents if that was if that was publicly owned. Working with a private company to sort of operate a canoe and kayak livery, I think, is a lot different than working with a private developer that maybe owns the building and we operate the pickleball courts. It's hard to say. I think that having a fully public model there is something that I would prefer, but we can investigate that, I guess, and look into it. I support the sidewalk proposal here. I do think that it's time that we do that, especially in light of reforestation. If we're going to be spending, honestly, I'd like to see more money put towards the reforestation efforts. When you just break it down in terms of how many trees can actually get planted for the kind of money that we would be dedicating, it's not going to move quickly enough for me. But maybe that's okay. I mean, I think that this is something, as I said, it's strategic planning. This is a 50 to 100 year project, and I think that's how this council and future councils hopefully will look at this. Is that this is a priority that has to continue on for generation after generation in order for the city to look the way that I think it should look. All right, so last month, I had the opportunity to go visit the country in the Middle East, Qatar. It was an incredible experience. I was there as a guest of the country, and I was able to spend about 4 full days. It was 6 days of travel, but getting to the Middle East is not easy, and getting home is even harder. So I had 4 full days there, and I could go on and on. It was one of the most incredible trips I've ever taken in my life. It really gave me a completely different perspective on the Middle East, Middle Eastern people, Middle Eastern culture. And certainly we have a lot of Middle Eastern people and Middle Eastern culture here in the city of Sterling Heights. And so for a lot of it, it sort of felt like being at home. The restaurants, the food, the people. But we stayed in a city called Doha in Qatar, and I would say probably most Americans are not familiar with Doha. I think I probably would have struggled to find Doha on a map a month ago. The reason I bring this up, and these are totally different countries. Qatar is a very small country, but it's very wealthy. It has a lot of oil revenue, actually liquefied natural gas. But one of the things that struck me and that I can't stop thinking about is how immaculate their public spaces are. The streets, the signage, the landmarks, the street lights, the art, the design of the buildings, the way that every public place, every blade of grass is perfectly manicured. Every landscaped area is perfectly manicured. Every public building that you see is clean, it's inviting, it's interesting, it's unique, it's distinctive. And then flying home and getting to JFK Airport in New York, and it's dirty, and it stinks, and the bathrooms are a mess, and the tile is scuffed, and the baseboards are dirty, and the ceiling tiles are crumbling. It's like we think we in America, we're the greatest country on earth, we're the strongest country on earth, the best economy on earth, the most freedom on earth, the best of the best of the best, but we tolerate a lot of really subpar public areas. And that's okay. You know, I'm not saying that not every country, a country of 330 million people and, you know, vast areas is not comparable to a tiny little Gulf state with trillions of dollars of oil revenue that it can lavish on itself. But it gives you a different perspective. It gives you a perspective that, you know, we don't always expect the best here in the United States. We can do better. We can do more. We can have a higher quality of life. We can have higher standards for our public areas. We don't have to be dirty, and we don't have to have parks that are uninviting. We don't have to have public places that are just the bare minimum. We really don't. And there's nowhere more important to do this than at your home, I think, in your community. And to me, what this proposal does is it takes us a step up. It takes us to we've been on this journey for many years of making the city more unique, making it more distinctive, focusing on public art, focusing on connectivity, pathways, giving unique recreational opportunities to our residents, not just settling for the bare minimum, not letting the city fall into a decline. And to me, what this is, it's another step in that direction, that our public places are going to continue to be prioritized. Our public rights of ways should be inviting, they should be unique, they should be interesting. There's no reason that the city of Sterling Heights can't have tree-lined streets like the areas throughout the city, throughout the state of Michigan and beyond, where when you go to them, you say, wow, this place is really special. There's no reason that we can't do more to preserve open space. I mean, you've heard me, I've been a big proponent of development. And when a property owner owns something, I feel strongly that that here in the United States, property rights are important, and I think that property owners should be able to develop. But if we control the property, if the residents control the property, then we can do what they've been asking us to do. I think the pickleball recreational opportunity would be phenomenal. I know that's something that I certainly hear from a lot of residents, and I know it's important. I think having access to the nature preserve is an incredibly important thing for our community, and I want to see that as part of this proposal. I've got a minute, so I'm going to stop now, but I'm in support of this, and I hope the residents will find it valuable as well, and it'll be up to them to determine what they want to do. All right, we got to vote on this.
Are we going to vote on this to extend our meeting first, or vote on this? Vote on this resolution, or the?
Let's vote on this resolution right now.
Okay, and then we can extend.
We have a roll call vote.
Yes, you can. Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Yanez?
No.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky?
Yes.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 6-1. We have to adjourn at midnight, or we have to extend the meeting. Look, we've got all these boards and commissions. Can we just do it the next week?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Hallelujah.
Does anybody have anything they need to say under?
I'll move to postpone, we have to
reports?
postpone the thing on the agenda.
Okay,
It automatically happens if we end the.
yeah, we're just going to end the meeting.
But
Anybody,
one thing before you end the meeting.
before we end the meeting, do you want to take it, or do you?
No, but you're chairing the meeting, so I think you should do it.
Okay, where are we going? Okay. Today is technically June 5th, 2024. And 20 years ago on June 4th, I believe it was June 4th, 2004, police officer Mark Sawyers was tragically shot in the parking lot of the old Target at 15 and a half in Van Dyke. We've had, I believe, 3 police officers who died on duty. Officer Sawyers was murdered on duty by somebody who stole his gun, and tragically he succumbed to his injuries and died the next day. And it's been 20 years, and I know that for our police officers, that they continue to hold vigil on this day every year. His spot in the parking lot remains vacant for him. And I know that his family still grieves his loss, and the city of Sterling Heights grieves his tragic loss of life. And it's a stark reminder of what our police officers put on the line every single day, that they put on the uniform and go to work. And so I'd like to take just a few moments here and have a moment of silence on the 20-year anniversary of Mark Sawyer's death in service to the city of Sterling Heights and our residents. Thank you. Council, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Mr. Mayor, I have one issue, one quick
Radke.
thing. Sorry to make a report, but it's come to my attention, with 6/1, with June 1st happening, we are now no longer picking up yard waste from unapproved containers. So I'd urge the city council and the administration to work together to create an affordability program for anyone who wants a yard waste container. Because I've been watching C-Clicks Fix for the last couple days. It's starting to pop up. I know we were talking about it, but I would urge a one-time thing. That's like we do with street trees. We discount it for the first one. If we could do that for yard waste containers, I think it'd go a long way to solving an issue. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Radke. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. This meeting is adjourned, and rest in peace, Officer Sawyers, and our best to your family.